All right, we are good to go.
Welcome. My name is Jim Kello. On behalf of myself and the New Tracks team of Dylan Lambert, Greg Cassidy, T.C. Carr, Chris Corse, Bernard Helen, Dennis Brennan, and Paul Thompson, welcome and thanks so much for coming to this second New Tracks virtual train show. I owe particular thanks to Scott Gear and his Great Scale Model Train Show in Timonian, Maryland, who are the sponsors for this show. Scott's show is one of the greatest ones in the world, and we extremely appreciate it for his support and advice.
All right, hold on. We're getting a problem getting the video to come up. Give me just a sec, Jim. What the hell? Why isn't the screen share showing it? Okay, this is a problem. The screen share is not letting me show.
We'll come back to that.
Yeah, we can come back to
it. Before we start, I have a few comments about the show, how it will operate. Please stay muted during the vendor presentations to cut down on the background noise. Everybody can be unmuted during the general discussion at the end of the show. If anyone has a question or wants to purchase a product during the show, please use the chat function and send a private chat to the particular presenter. The vendor's contact information will be posted on the chat feature during my introduction of each vendor. Also, a listing of all vendors and our team's contact information will be shown during the general discussions at the end of the show. A video of the train show will be available on my Facebook page, on our website, newtracksmodeling.com, and on our New Tracks YouTube channel for 1 month. This will allow anybody to refresh their memory about a specific manufacturer. Now, have a friend who missed the event be able to see the show. So let's start. The first manufacturer is Lambert Locomotive Works, Dylan Lambert. While Dylan may be one of the newer model gauge designers in ON30, he's clearly one of the bright spots in the hobby these days. Yeah, but you don't have to take my word for it. For here he is, in his own words, something of a narrow gauge madman. So let's take a look at what the madness he's creating for us.
All right, thank you, Jim. So let me just get this up and running real quick. Alrighty, so like Jim said, my name is Dylan Lambert. I am the owner of Lambert Locomotive Works. So pretty quickly, what are we doing right now? At present, we're focusing on ON30 locomotive development. That's taking the form of complete kit locomotives, conversion kits, what we call easy cabs, which are basically 3D printed cabs, replacements for existing locomotives, and other detail parts as the list, slowly grows over time. We do import some ready-to-run stuff, specifically Haskell model trains ON30 line. They make a Victorian Railway NA, which is a 262 side tank. And we also will carry the NQR steel gondolas that they have. They sell a 3-pack of those. Additionally, of course, we've got an agreement with Tom Trollope to produce his designs as the Stony Brook Ironworks collection, and we are actually working on bringing those into production. We've got a few of those items in testing now. So the first thing, Junkyard Dog, we did mention this in the last train show. The first batch has gone out to the pre-order customers, and we had a few left over. Those went out. So we are working on getting an inventory batch in. Taking a little bit longer than I would have expected, but it is what it is. Can't rush perfection. Those kits, it's a conversion kit for the Bachmann ON30 trolley. It's $64.90 for the kit. Basically comes with everything you need except the trolley mechanism. Oh. This other one is more recent, and we actually have a few of these on the shelf now. It's basically an outgrowth of our Easy Cab idea. It's basically a 3D printed body to go on the Bachmann 042 Porter and basically make a steam dummy out of it. Like I said, the body's 3D printed. We've got actual wood panels that you peel and stick right into the inserts. And And then, of course, there is windows and some fake door hinges for the front. So up here, you could make it look like those are supposed to open up so you have access to the smoke box. That kit's $49.90. Pictured here, I don't have the windows installed because I didn't have the right type of glue to put them in. You just kind of slide them in place and tack them in with some, a canopy glue or a clear glue that's not going to, damage the acrylic windows. This is, of course, one of the things we're working on bringing in from Tom Trollope. He basically had designed a shell to go on the ON30 gas mechanical. It is going to be a nylon print. We're just trying to figure out what we need to do about the mounting tabs because we had issues with those actually breaking. So we're working on that to try and figure that out. And finally, this is a bit more recent, but somebody had sent us a picture, I think it was Jim, of this articulated switcher that some steel company in Washington had built, and they built two of them. One of them was built for a 42-inch gauge line in Indonesia that they use at a cement plant, and then the other one they built and use as their plant switcher. So this is basically going to be we're looking at two versions of it right now. The articulated version, which would use the power trucks off of the old Bachmann HO scale 44 tonners. And you would just put one truck in each end, or a non-articulated version, which would just go over a Bachmann 70-tonner chassis. There's going to be etchings for the parts, etched doors, louvers, stuff like that. We are working on developing those. We have a partner that we are working with. And basically, the only difference between the etching sets for each kit is one of them is 2 doors and one of them is 4 doors. That's really the only difference. But that is about all I got.
Dylan, thanks so very much. We really appreciate it. Next is the ON30 annual.
Hold on just a sec, Jim. Let me get that back up. Hold on, we just got a lot of people trying to jump in too, so give me just a second. Alrighty.
Our next presenter is ON30 annual with Chris Lane Sr. Seeing a need to support the many new ON30 modelers in the early 2000s, longtime narrow gauger Chris Lane Sr. developed and produced the ON30 annual, the O-scale narrow gauge railroading for everyone. From the first issue in 2005, the magazine has been universally regarded as informative, inspiring, and most importantly, fun. The ON30 annual joined White River in 2014, and Chris Lane has served as the editor and designer for all 15 years. Chris?
Well, hi, everybody. Welcome to the New Tracks show. As Jim mentioned, I am Chris Lane and editor of the ON30 annual, and it's great to be here. I will share my screen. I've got a little presentation we'll walk through. Share. Let's get this big. Okay, well, welcome everybody. I am Chris Lane. This is the ON30 annual, and it is narrow gauge railroading for everybody. And we'll talk about why that's always been a part of the tag when we get to that in just a minute. So these are the questions that I hope to answer for you guys in the next 4 or 5 minutes. What is the ON30 annual? Why is there an ON30 annual? What's in it? And most importantly to me and my continued employment, how do you guys buy one? The ON30 annual is the voice of the ON30 modeler. It was conceived in the early 2000s for all the creative modelers that have a place to share their efforts and a place to demonstrate this new style of narrow gauge modeling. The why is pretty simple. In the years before the magazine, as Jim mentioned, I'm a long-time narrow gauger, and I started out in ON3. I was such a weird kid. I started doing that when I was about 10 years old. And I spent a lot of time on the internet, and as Bachmann introduced this concept of ON30 on a commercial level, I was getting a lot of newbie type questions because people were having trouble with the concept. It's an O-scale model, but it runs on HO track, and they were confused as to size and proportion. And I soon realized the question that they were really asking was, is this okay to model this way? And the answer is yes, Yes, of course it is. And I wanted to develop a publication to give them a place to live and for them to know that modeling in ON30 is not only A-OK, but it's a great thing to do. And so we've been doing it ever since. The first issue came out in 2005. It's the 2006 issue. And we've been keep going through the years. Here's a display of all the covers that we've run. And you can see that there's just some really spectacular modeling that has been published in the magazine. And then this is this year's issue, our 15th issue of the ON30 annual. So maybe you're not a narrow gauger, or maybe you're not that familiar with ON30 or this annual. So what's in it? Well, we believe in building models. So what we do is give everybody real step-by-step how-tos to do things. So we'll show you these models in construction and not just a pretty finished model. Now, of course, we get to a pretty finished model, and the models that we just showed, this is what they look like when they're done. But we walk people on how to do that. And we give you all the steps on how to do that in there. So if you need drawings or prototype information, we provide that too. So that's in every issue when we have a building project. And here's just some of the things that we've run over the years. That logging buggy is very interesting. And it just, on Laurel, Mississippi, that show on HGTV where they, Hometown or whatever it is, that was where this logging thing did, and there's a museum there. Anyway, that was just interesting. That was Small World that I ran it this year, and then this came on HGTV this weekend. But there's more. Everybody likes layout tours, right? Well, we take people on layout tours and show people some of the best ON30 layouts that there are, and dioramas to get people inspired, to show people what's possible. So there's 116 pages in every issue, and in every issue has between 18 and 23 articles, all geared to inspiring you to build models, showing you how to build models. And again, just generally saying, you know, you don't have to be a contest winning narrow gauge, well-known modeler. It's cool to do what you're doing, and you've got lots of friends who are doing it with you. So if you like trains, layouts, narrow gauge, modeling, any of these things, or all of these things, or just a handful of these things, the ON30 annual is for you. And I have a lot of readers who don't model in ON30 per se. They either like narrow gauge or they just like building. And so we provide this magazine once a year, usually comes out about April timeframe. So here's the key question. How do I buy one? Well, you can go to our website, on30annual.com. You can also shop whiteriverproductions.com, and you'll see in the collections area, we have all of our annuals, and you can call us toll free. Now, this is our US toll free number. Overseas, we have a number for you, and you can find it on our website there. Hey, I'm also a social media guy. You can find me on Facebook at the Narrow Gauge Annuals. I do tweet every once in a while. I'm not a big tweeter, but I'm there sometimes. And I'm doing more Instagram all the time. So you can see what we're working on in various issues or things that we've got upcoming on Instagram. So narrow gauge railroading for everybody. I really would like to invite people to buy a copy, give it a try, see if this kind of brand of modeling is for you. And I strongly suspect it is. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm going to stop the share, and I'm seeing Jim. So hi, Jim. I'm done.
Hey, Chris. Let me make just a few statements here. The ON30 group I had never met before. I first heard about them from a long time ago and didn't know much about them. And then I met Dylan and some other people. The people that I have met in ON30, I got to say, are a different breed of model railroader. They are they are just unbelievable in a lot of respects. They're the friendliest group I think I've run across. I mean, as far as different people I've met in the hobby. And they have accepted me, even though I'm an O-scale trolley guy. And most people just laugh when they hear me say that. But at least I seem to fit in a little bit with the O and 30 group, even though I'm a trolley guy and don't model O and 30. The other thing I'd like to say is thank you, Chris, so much for helping me navigate White River Publications. Many of the publications and everything I wasn't familiar with, and I appreciate you helping me develop my list of publications to invite to the show today. You've really been a big help, so thank you so very much.
Of course, it was my pleasure. And you're right, us 0 and 30 guys, it's our motto. Don't be a jerk. Just be nice, friendly, and accepting, and have some fun.
You ready, Dylan?
Stand by, throwing it up.
Ipswich Hobbies. Gentlemen, next up is Jack from Ipswich Hobbies. Jack is originally from Massachusetts, currently resides in North Carolina. Jack, please.
Thank you, Jim. Good afternoon, everybody. Dylan, you can start the screen share, please.
You got it.
About 2 years ago, I started getting involved with Craftsman structure kits. I had long been a fan of Boston and Maine, up in Massachusetts, New Hampshire area. And I kept stumbling across Rockport Freight House and decided I'd like to build that kit one of these days. Nobody else was producing it. And a friend of mine, Steve Milley, had recently got his own laser and started rail scale models. So I got together with Steve and we started producing a few kits. And the next slide, you will see our first effort at Craftsman kit. This is the HO scale version. We also have the Rockport Freight House in N scale, and that was very well received. Each of the models that I have are Lineside Industries based upon actual structures that either presently exist. Rockport, for example, is still there, but every year when I go up and photograph it, it looks worse and worse. The next kit that we did was the Union Freight House. Just following the tracks in the middle of New Hampshire one day, I stumbled across the Wakefield Heritage Museum Park. They have a beautifully restored passenger depot, and across the tracks is the Freight House, which you see up in the upper right-hand corner of this slide. There's actually an operating model railroad club that's inside that depicts the central New Hampshire area as it was in 1909. But that kit is available in HO and N, and we'll be coming out with an O-scale version of this kit. This is a pretty simple kit to build, and it's pretty generic, so that should be pretty popular. The most tedious part of a kit like this is actually the dock. Next up, Dylan, this is the REA Baggage Shed. Believe it or not, that's long gone from Depot Square in Ipswich, Massachusetts. However, if you go to Dunkin' Donuts in Lawrence Square in Ipswich, you will see that shed as it looks in the lower right-hand side. That's a storage building behind somebody's private home. And you can see it from the Dunkin' Donuts parking lot. So the owners, the Haggertys, were very kind, let me go in, photograph and measure that structure, and we produced that in an HO scale. And you can see in the top right what it used to look like back when it was on the eastern route of the Boston and Maine. Next up, Dylan. I first came across this Boston and Maine standard shanty when it was behind an antique shop in Rowley, Massachusetts. And lo and behold, about a year and a half ago, they relocated it to the Ipswich Museum. But I was able to photograph and measure that, and we also got Rusty Stumps to do a 3D print of the smoke jack that's on the roof. That's available in HO, N, as well as O scale. This one is a small structure So we put 2 of these in each of the kits. Everybody who's got a layout can use a shanty, unless you're doing a very modern train layout. So that's actually been our best seller. We put out over 100 copies of those. We're very pleased with that little kit. Next up, please, Dylan. And we have the section house. One of my photographs on the bottom right, you can see how it's in its collapsed state and all boarded up when I photographed it. I didn't measure it at the time, but my friend from New Hampshire, James von Bokelin, was able to send me some measurements that he had taken a few years earlier. So again, we use that same standard B&M 3D printed smoke jack, and we have this section house produced in HO, and very recently the O scale was released. And next up. Thank you, Dylan. The Golston Depot, interestingly, this is my first non-New England Lineside structure. This building was originally a combination depot up in Golston, North Carolina. About 3 years ago, it was relocated to the museum in New Hope, North Carolina. And the folks out there saw some of my Lineside kits and asked me to do a model of the building that they are in the process of renovating. You can see the bottom central photograph. That's the actual building in its earlier stages of renovation. We've got that produced in HO in N scale. It has a beautifully done interior to it. As you can see in the top right, that's the HO scale version. We provide the white metal castings for the desk, the chair, and the stove. So it's a nicely detailed model that really calls for it to be lighted up so you can see that interior. Next up. This is also in Golston. You can mute this out, Dylan, but I actually had to trespass to measure and photograph that building. My friend Kevin was able to give me some measurements of that too. But I had trouble getting in touch with the owner, but I was able to anyway get some nice photographs of that building, and that's available on HO and N. And we hope that that'll end up at the New Hope Museum that's conveniently only about 10 miles from where I live in North Carolina. Next up. Coming in 2021 are 2 buildings that I'm presently working on. The bottom building is the Union Depot, which served 3 railroads. It's still standing, it's renovated. It'll go into another permutation of renovations as a Chamber of Commerce facility. But it's right here located in my hometown, my present hometown of Sanford, North Carolina. The top left building, I've only got 2 photographs of that structure that no longer stands. It was at the Boston Engine Terminal. It's the commissary building that served the B&M back in the pre-World War II days. There's only 2 known photographs of that show any detail, both from the exact same spot. So some of the backside will be guesses, but those 2 kits will be my next 2 Linesides coming up in just a few months. And next up, Dylan. Coming later in 2021, we have plans to do some residential structures. We always start out with the structures on HO because obviously they're more HO modelists than anyone else, and that gives me a chance to test the market in some of the kits. If they do well, then I bring them out in one of the other scales. But these 2 that'll be coming out later in 2021 will be my first 2 non-Lineside structures. And as I mentioned, I think in the opening, every one of my structures is based upon an actual existing or once upon a time existing structure. And out of selfish interest, they all have some meaning to me. So that's it for Tabbies. That's what we got. And thank you for your attention. Look forward to answer any questions you might have. Thank you, Dylan.
Well, Jack, I really do appreciate it. just a little comment. Jack is really one of the founding members of these train shows. When I first announced that we were going to start these back in September of this year, the first person that stepped up and said, I want to be in it, was Jack. And for that, Jack, I will never forget it. And I want to thank you so very much for your support and belief that we might be able to even pull one of these off. So thank you so very much.
All right. And Jim, just before we get into the next one, I do have our sponsors video working.
I'd like to wait until number 23, as I said.
Not a problem.
Okay. So the next one up is Narrow Gauge and Short Line Gazette with Chris Lane Sr. Founded in 1975 with the combination of fine lines and slim gauge news, the Narrow Gauge and Short Line Gazette has featured accurate information for fine model building. And Bob Brown has served as editor since its inception. The magazine was purchased in 2017 by White River to ensure the Gazette's long-standing reputation for excellence continues. Now, in the 45th year of setting the standard for railroad modeling and publishing, with Editor Brown at the helm, the magazine's presentation will be handled by Narrow Gauge nabob Chris Lane in Bob's stead. Chris?
Well, hello again, everybody. Well, I see Jim. You don't need to see me. It's not that good. It was said I have a face for radio and a voice for silent movies, and I'm sure that that's probably accurate. But I'll get my screen share going here, and we've got a little presentation on the Gazette for us to go through. All right. As Jim mentioned, I'm standing in for Bob. Bob is 84 years young, still going strong, and has adapted to a lot of changing technologies. But at some point you say enough is enough. And so learning the new Zoom technology, he's like, yeah, go ahead. you go ahead and do it. And I'm honored to do so. The Narrow Gauge Gazette has had a huge effect on me as a modeler and as a person, as a publisher, and we'll get into that here in a minute. But happy to have everybody here and talk about the Narrow Gauge and Short Line Gazette, accurate information for fine modeling building. Now, the Gazette, as Jim mentioned, was brought to you by the fine folks at White River, which I'm a part. And while I'm legally bound not to mention other magazines or titles, if you go to Shop White River Publications, you'll see that we have a whole lot of modeling titles and hundreds of books, which will increase your knowledge of both modeling and prototype railroading. And I urge you to take a look at the other fine products White River offers. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about the Gazette. So let me tell you a little bit about the Gazette. This is the first issue from March of 1975. It was a thin 40 pages, and it was a modest beginning for a magazine that's been top of its field for the 45 years and still going strong. The Gazette was created out of demise of two all-volunteer publications, Slim Gauge News and the Fine Lines. They were both small, page count, circulation. They were not well known except for those of us who were real serious nerds, and they were both a little bit hard to find on newsstands. Slim Gauge News was edited by Jerry Hoffer here in Denver, and Jerry, Joe Cray, a number of my Denver friends were involved in this publication. And then Bob Brown was the editor of Fine Lines. And when they could no longer continue doing what they were doing on just a volunteer basis, it came to the point where it's like, well, we either fold up the tents or we do something different. So Bob came out, met with Jerry, and they decided to combine forces to some degree and go to a much more professional publishing format. And that was the launch of the Gazette. So Bob's been at the helm the entire time. He edited Fine Lines for 11 years before that. Bob has been around. Now, here's a little trivia. The second issue is actually the rarest of all Gazettes. I know there's a lot of magazine collectors out there. If you've got this one, you've done well. The first issue, because it was new to the newsstands and not many people knew about it starting out, it didn't sell as well. And so they dumped the press run a little bit. And then by the time the second one came out, the word had gotten out, and these were snatched up quickly. And then, of course, the first ones were too. This magazine is the first magazine that I ever bought of the Gazette. Keith at Keith's Hobby House in Utah knew that I was a nut about narrow gauge and said, "Kid, I think you'll like this magazine." And he was right, and I've been buying it ever since. And so, of course, now I'm very proud that Bob Brown is a colleague and a coworker. Here's a little more Gazette trivia. The first ad guy and art director was the late Gordon Cannon of Cannon Scale Models. Now, if any of you guys are HO diesel guys, you certainly know who Cannon Scale Models is. But not many people know that he started out as a diehard narrow gauger. In fact, his company, before they got into plastic diesels, produced a dough beer steam donkey and a lot of little parts. And I asked Gordon one time at a show why he changed and left us narrow gaugers. He said, there's a lot more HO plastic diesel guys than there are narrow gauge. And couldn't argue with that. The Gazette today, as mentioned, Bob is still the editor. But he knew that at some point, even though he's bulletproof and is going to live approximately forever, at some point, he's going to run out of track. And he's rightly proud of what he's done for the magazine. He wanted to continue. And White River is very honored that he felt like we would be the right place for his magazine to continue on. That's his wife, Irene, there. They're sitting at their outdoor layout in California. Unfortunately, Irene passed away this last year, but she was such a delightful lady. When I visited them 2 years ago at a show, her and I just talked about flowers and hummingbirds, and that was her degree. She was a biologist and a botanist, and very interesting lady, and just as nice as can be. So what does the Gazette have for you, a modeler? Well, again, accurate information for fine model building. And the Gazette has always provided that since its inception. It's always been a mix of modeling and prototype information. So you get drawings like this. Here's a Shay that was built by Bob Poley. Those trucks are Bachmann. Everything else is scratch built. And in the pages of the magazine, he describes in detail how he builds these kind of locomotives. This is a large scale 120.1 to 20.3. So F gauge fine scale. And the majority of the advanced modeling techniques that we know and just accept originally came out of the Gazette, and that trend continues today. As mentioned, it set the standard for beautiful design and high quality production for decades, and we bring that out 6 times a year. When I started the ON30 annual, I did my best to emulate the quality of work that Bob has always done. And I'd always said if I could go half as long as Bob, I'd be a happy guy. Well, at 15, I'm a third of the way there. But Bob keeps marching on, and the magazine continues to be excellent. But I definitely want to point out, you don't have to be a narrow gauger to love the Gazette. And the narrow gauge and short line Gazette is not just narrow gauge. The short line aspect is big, and it has a lot of vintage railroading, smaller railroading, old time railroading. If you're a modeler, you will find inspiration and excellent techniques in every issue. So don't let the narrow gauge on the cover fool you in that respect. If you love fine modeling, this is the magazine for you. So again, how do I subscribe? Well, you can go to the website, ngslgazette.com. You can shop White River in our product section under NGG. You can call us toll free. You can find us on Facebook, and we post, and this is true on both the Gazette and the ON30 HO and 3 annual Facebook pages. We post a lot of interesting industry news, narrow gauge news, prototype railroading news, in addition to what's going on in the magazine. So go ahead and go to Facebook and like us, and you'll get some additional information, every week or so from us. And that's what I have for the Gazette. I was honored to be in Bob's stead today, and thank you very much for your time and attention, folks. I appreciate it.
Well, Chris, thank you so much again for being here today and representing a really fantastic magazine. I have made some models based on the drawings in that magazine for my traction line. So it doesn't just apply to narrow gauge as far as I'm concerned, because the drawings and some of the information that I gleaned from the magazine have easily translated into my O-scale traction, and I'm sure it'll translate into any scale, any part of the hobby, because he really has put forth some beautiful presentations in the past. Now, I know that you're an educated person, and I know that everybody understands the English language. But there is a word that you use that I just need a definition on. What's a nabob?
A nabob, it's a vintage word, and it was someone who dressed fancy and walked around and just seemingly was everywhere all the time. In the 1880s and 1890s, people would be described in the newspaper as the town's nabob. And so that's where that term comes from. But yeah, it's a vintage word, and we do a lot of vintage railroading, so I thought it was appropriate.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you just met the Gazette's nabob, Chris Lane Sr.
Narrow gauge nabob.
Yes. Dylan, you ready? The next one is Conowingo Models with Chris Corse. Chris of Conowingo Models will tell us about his products. He specializes in HO scale craftsman buildings. He also provides some HO scale rolling stock and even some O scale buildings. So Chris, welcome. Chris?
Yep, I think he's muted still, but his screen share is up. Chris, you're talking, but we can't hear you, buddy.
On mute. There we go. Okay, there we are. Sorry about that. I'm very honored to be behind Narrow Gauge and Short Line Gazette. That's when Chris was talking about it may not necessarily be your lane, but it is. I know exactly what he's talking about because I'm an HO guy, but I really I get a lot out of NGSL. I want to thank everybody for coming today, and Jim and Dylan and everybody for putting the show on. Got a special going on at Conowingo Models. If you go to our Conowingo Models website and find something you like, use the words or the discount code Jim Kello, all one word, lowercase. Then you can get 10% off on your orders for things that we've had in stock. Today, I'm just going to go over the newer items, and then I'll briefly go back and show you other things we're working on. We're going to start out. We've got the Crunch Bridge, which is an HO scale, $55 list. This thing is 100% wood. It's a good challenge if somebody is looking for to challenge themselves in terms of weathering. This bridge is beat up, and it all depends on how beat up you want to make it. Next thing we've got, this is brand new, first time shown anywhere, is St. Mary's Gate Lighthouse, which is in HO scale. Right now we're doing a special pricing on the website for today only. And we also have several built-up prototypes which are available. This thing, it's got, I spent a lot of time putting together the structure for it to make it a good solid piece of building that you can put on your layout. Now this is it's kind of a hybrid, because it started out as being an ode to the Grand Island East Lighthouse, which is up in Michigan, but I took a few creative liberties, like the covering over the front door there, and the dormer. And of course, the light itself is different than the real one. Next up, we have our flat cars and rolling stock. We've expanded that line some. Basically, what we did is we came up with essentially one design that we've kind of branched out on, and starts out with a 24-foot frame. And really, the only things you need to do the basic kit is a hobby knife, some glue, a screwdriver, a paintbrush, and some paint. And you can go through all our product line. Some of those expand a little bit, so you might need a little bit more tools, but got a bunch of different things that are available. Like I said, we'll start out with a 24-foot flat car, which is an HO scale. You can purchase it with or without trucks and couplers. And it also on that flat car kit, you can also get 2 logging options. And a more recent addition is Conowingo Railroad decals. Next up, we have the Caboose number 1, which fits on the 24-foot box car or a flat car frame. It's also HO scale and starts at $25 with no trucks, or $30 with trucks and couplers. And it also comes with Conowingo Railroad decals. This is just a fun little kit I put together. In fact, there was a prototype of it that I made, and I noticed right off the bat that it wasn't quite what I was looking for. There were some things I wanted to change on it, but it was so neat. I just went ahead and built up the prototype, and I know Jim really enjoyed seeing just that prototype. But this is actually the production version here on this the red one. Next up, we have the 36-foot flat car, which is also an HO scale. Comes with either trucks and couplers or no trucks. There's also 2 logging options with it, and it also has a gondola option on there. And these are the prototype photos. Now, once again, the Conowingo Railroad decals also come with it. Figured that'd be kind of a neat way to share and expand our products a little bit. Next up, brand new item. Finished this thing up last week, and I think there's actually 1 or 2 in stock right now. So if you head on over, you might be able to snag it. It's the 36-foot wooden box car, and it's based on the flat car frame. And it expands a little bit. I actually went looking through because this one, I wasn't sure that this was prototypical, but I found a picture of it last night. It was like, yep, it's pretty close to a prototype. So, it all depends what you want to do with it. The different door closings, etc. And this does come with Conowingo Railroad decals as well. You'll see. We've got our logo on there, and the logo looked kind of lonely, so I came up with Route of Pentaquad for those that are fans of James Michener's Chesapeake. Also, not to leave out the rest of the product line, but we've got a ton of other stuff that we've produced, including the O-scale version of the Gray Street house, which it actually makes for a great addition to coaling towns as company houses. Excuse me. And we also have we've got background flats, a bunch of other buildings. We've got a station that's available, and this product line we are planning on expanding even further. That being said, we also have other things in stock that old things I've accumulated over the years that didn't fit in or whatever. Like I actually ended up with an extra Broadway Limited K4S. Not quite sure how that happened, but I've got one of those that we're looking to move pretty quickly. So anyway, if you're looking for some HO scale kits or even the O scale Gray Street house, please give us a call or look us up online, conowingomodels.com. And use the discount code Jim Kello for 10% off orders over $25 between now and the 30th.
Chris, thank you so very much. Just a quick note. Chris is a member of our team that is helping to produce these train shows, and we really do appreciate that. While a few minutes ago I said Jack was the first person to sign up, Chris was the second one. And he's been interested and helpful and really a major part of helping get this show off the ground. He also handles a section of our Wednesday and Saturday Zoom events called My Build, where modelers actually talk about their modeling and what they're building and ask questions about techniques and that kind of thing if they're having problems. And I really do appreciate the help that Chris is giving us in that regard. So thank you so much, Chris. Next up is Trackside Model Railroading. Trackside Model Railroading publishes an online monthly magazine that focuses on layout tours with lots of great photography, as well as more in-depth tours of those layouts on DVD and Blu-ray. Trackside is owned by husband and wife team Ross and Jenny Waters. Ross?
I think he might be because he's muted. Give me just a second.
Thanks for the introduction, Jim. I'm Ross Waters.
And I'm Jenny Waters. We're the owners of Trackside. We produce the Trackside Model Railroading digital magazine every month. And as Jim said, we focus on layout tours with lots of photos that are big, so you can zoom in and check them out. We kind of want to show you a little bit on our website, so we're going to do that.
And since we started the magazine, we've shot about 200 model railroads so far. We've been in business for about 8 years. So I'm going to screen share. Share my screen, which is going to be, and then this.
We want to give you an overview of what we do here at Trackside and also kind of show a few things on our site. We also want to point out that we have some videos on here that answer specific questions, and we'll show you where to find those. We publish a digital magazine each month that focuses on layout tours. It's available in a free version that comes out on the 20th of the month and in a paid premium version that's available a little earlier on the 1st. The premium edition is quite affordable at $20 a year and has a longer article, more video, and lots of great full-page photographs. Then we also make layout tours on DVD and Blu-ray that are even more in-depth. So we'll just check out the site a little bit here. So you have a choice. Here, if you click here, you'll be looking at the premium edition magazines that are sold individually. You don't need a login or anything on this part of the site. If you want to sign up for the free edition or purchase a yearly subscription, then you'll be able to do that in this section. And then if you click here, you can browse our titles on Blu-ray and DVD. They come as a set. So looking at the individual magazines first, we'll just click here. They are searchable here by railroad or keyword. So the magazines in this part of the site are going to go back to 2017. Okay, so going back to the home page. I can register for an account here if I don't have one, or I can log in. Here I can see past issues going back to 2013. You can see them individually, this right here. Okay, and then I can also, here is the help page. There are videos here that tell you all sorts of things, specific things that you might need help with as a member, or if you're considering becoming a member. Obviously, there's quite a lot more. Once you've logged in, there's a section where it says My Magazines, and you can see all of the stuff that's in your catalog. Okay, so going back to the home page, if you want to browse our titles on Blu-ray and DVD, then you'll just click here. Now these are also searchable by railroad or by keyword. So if you just like ON30, you can search that. If you just like the Montana Rail Link, you can search that. Lots of options there, and then just close it here. Some of our layout tours include interviews, operations, prototype history, cab rides. You'll get to see lots of footage of the layouts. So you can get an idea of what we do. We've put up one of our full layout tours on our site that will be available to view for free at the end of the show. You'll want to go to the address on the screen once the show is over, because it won't be live until then. The tour that's up is this one here, Mike McGinley's Southwestern Pacific in HO scale. It's a beautiful layout running a few different railroads. We show it as the BNSF and the Union Pacific. The tour includes an interview with Mike, who's a retired railroader. So if you want to see the tour, write down the web address and head there as soon as the show's over. We'll leave the tour live for a little while so people can see it. Thanks for joining us, and Ross and I will be available at the end in case you have any questions.
Jenny, Ross, I really do appreciate you participating today. Thank you so very much. I subscribe to your publication, and I highly recommend it. It's the free version, at least people ought to sign up for immediately, and to take a look at what you all are doing and how you're accomplishing it. I'm really was impressed with what I was able to see, and I like the modeling ideas that you have in your magazines too. I think that's a great asset in addition to showing the railroads. And I know that particularly during the pandemic and with all of the people staying at home and everything, I know that your publication must have been a real asset for an awful lot of people being able to take their mind off of everything else for a little while at least. So thank you so much for being here today.
Well, thank you,
Thanks,
Jim.
Jim.
Next up is Rail Scale Models, owned by Stephen Milley. Stephen is producer of Craftsman structure kits and laser cut detail components in all scales, N, HO, S, and O, and provides custom laser cutting services and custom scale structure design services. Stephen Milley is not able to be with us for this virtual train show, but Chris Corse will be giving the Rail Scale Models overview today. So Chris, we'll come back to you, sir.
All righty, thanks, Jim. Hopefully I can get this right this time. And we'll go this way. Okay, here we are. First of all, at Conowingo, we owe a lot of our success to Steve and to Jeff Grove of Carolina Craftsman also. But we use a lot of his products within our own to make our stuff better. Product highlights. We've got Steve's offering a roof and wall shingles, wall laminate sheets, a window and door assemblies, all kinds of detail stuff, fencing, crates, all that, stair stringers, etc. He also offers laser craftsman kits, and his latest addition is plastic injection molded structure kits. You see here, I've got a ton of different wall and roof shingle options. I know at Conowingo here, we've been using the cedar shingles, and those things are phenomenal. We're actually looking at the possibility of using others to make it easier to weather, but they're some fabulous products that Steve puts out. Wall laminate sheets. This is something that Steve's been working on pretty good. You'll notice down at the bottom there's a discount code for those that purchase from Steve's website. Tracks 10 is the discount code, and that'll get you 10% off. I believe that's 10% off. Door and window assemblies. You got all kinds of stuff. I mean, look at the detail on these things. This is absolutely phenomenal. There's a lot of things involved in what he's doing. Excuse me. Our laser cut details are top notch. No pun intended. Detail items and kits. There's a lot of stuff he's been working on. HVAC systems with rusty stumps. I know he's looking to do a lot of different things. Add a lot of different details to your kits, and as well as things that he's producing. He also offers laser cut craftsman kits. I recently just purchased one myself for aside from the business to try. Is in fact, this is it right here, is the Saldino's mill. I think that's just a neat little kit that I'm going to give this one a shot here soon, I think. Steve also purchased, I think it was a year or two ago, he purchased the Railway Design Associate line. And at first I was like, "Oh, what'd you do that for?" And he started to take and he put a lot of redid a lot of windows, redid a lot of the details on it. So these kits, if you remember them in the past, they're nothing like what they were in the past. They are significantly improved. So when you buy a rail scale models, injected molded structured kits, it's going to be a lot better than it was 5 or 10 years ago. And his latest is the release of Delaney Ironworks, which looks to be a fabulous kit in its own right. If anybody has questions or comments, you can drop Steve an email, and he's actually at a train show today, but he will get back to you fairly quickly.
Well, Chris, thank you so very much. I really do appreciate it. And say hello to Stephen when you see him. He's been awfully supportive, and I sure do appreciate his help.
Yeah, we'll do.
Next up is S-Scale Resource Magazine, Dan Daugherty. Dan is the content editor of S-Scale Resource Magazine. It's a free online publication. Since 2014, the S-Scale Resource Magazine has been the only resource for things all scale S. Dan?
Appreciate it, Jim. Yeah, my name's Dan Daugherty, and I am the content editor of the S-Scale Resource. Let me get my screen share going here. We are the only magazine dedicated to scale S model railroading. It's online and free. It's free to read in our new flipbook format. Easy to read on all devices. We publish a month. Once we publish the S-Scale, read it later. You can also download these as a PDF for offline reading. I know a lot of people prefer that. You can also print the magazine, or just a selection if you have a specific article you want to put in your own archives. And we're on Facebook, and please share with your friends. Tell them that you read the S-Scale Resource. All the back issues are online. We go back to 2014. You can read them in flipbook, or you could download the entire PDF. Let me talk about advertising just briefly. A lot of manufacturers out there. All in the magazine are, of course, linked to your website. We're running about 1,700 readers per issue. We measure that by IP address in a 2-month period. Our ad rates are extremely competitive. All back issues are still linked, so if you advertised with us, say, 4 years ago, and people go back and look at that back issue, those issues are still linked to your website. We also offer multiple issue and magazine discounts. So if you're a manufacturer that has both S and O, you get a bigger discount. Of course, the ads don't have to be the same, and those ads can be swapped out every month. We also have reader classifieds. All the information is on our website, scaleresource.com. And you can see by the readership, we're worldwide. It's kind of surprising. There's people in France and Germany and even Norway that S-Scale model railroading. So what do we cover? Well, obviously we cover S-Scale. We do a lot with kit building. We also have a lot of articles that feature kit modifications, like Jim Kondrake's gondola here. We cover scratch building, of course. A lot of authors give us some beautiful scratch building articles, kit bashing articles, model conversions, both in locomotives and rolling stock. Of course, we're the home of Jim Kello's New Tracks, and this comes out in both magazines, and they're usually totally different articles. So if you enjoy finding out new mentors, you'll be wanting to read both the O and the S scale news and keep track of who Jim's talking to. 3D printing, we've covered that. Show reports, we get to as many shows as we can. The Indianapolis O and S scale Midwest show, of course, is owned by us. Unfortunately, it was postponed this year as well. And we're looking forward to the NASG convention in Buffalo this next year. We have many layout tours. We also do prototype plans. We touch on DCC. This was a river raisin model that a friend of mine wanted a decoder installed and 2 speakers. I don't do custom installs, but I did it for him. He was just a good friend, but we documented the entire process. What's on your workbench? Seen around the lab. You guys are working on something. Got it on the bench, just a picture and a quick description. We'll be happy to publish it. Send it in. We'll be happy to put it in. We also cover tool tips. What we do is we're putting the modeling back in model railroading. That's our aim here at the S-Scale Resource. We've been doing this for 7 years. Obviously, we're on Facebook, and this is the picture of the new website. All the information is here. Advertising, the rate cards are here. You can get a hold of our ad person, Jeb Kriegel. If you have an idea for an article, come onto the website, shoot me an email. We'd be glad to talk to you. And I appreciate Jim and his crew for putting this together. Thank you.
Dan, thank you so much for being a part of our show today. I really do appreciate it. As Dan said, my New Tracks articles are in his publication, both of his publications. And Dan is the person who helped get me started down the New Tracks road. I had written for other publications for probably 30 years. And when 48-foot O-scale news went out of business, I stopped writing articles for a period of time. We were moving and relocating, and I quit doing it. And I saw Dan's publication, and I thought, I think online may be the way I want to go, because it gives me the capability of not having to worry about page count. And as Dan can tell you, he has told me more than once to shorten the article. I'm taking up too much space in his publication. So, you know, it gave me an outlet, and I'm really, really grateful for that. The other comment I'll make is, if you're concerned about whether your article will be received well or not, or whether you are an author, or whether you can even write an article, don't be, because Dan can help you put it together. He has helped me in the past, and I'm sure he'll help you. So that's all I've got to say, and that's my 2 cents worth. Thank you, Dan. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Ava Studios, Erin Gaelic. Unfortunately, Erin is moving her total business today from one location to another and can't join us. So she called and asked that her video of the presentation she made in our September train show be shown. I think you're going to really enjoy it. Avis manufactures fine clays and maches. If you need to make it, fix it, or alter it, you need Avis. Please meet Erin.
Hi, I'm Erin with Avis, makers of fine clays and maches. You may have heard of our popular product, Epoxy Sculpt. It combines the features and benefits of sculpting clay with the adhesive power of epoxy. Used for sculpting, customizing, creating jewelry, or simply adding on to a project. It's for all of your arts, crafts, and hobby needs. Epoxy Sculpt is easy to use. Simply measure equal parts A and B. mix and knead to activate into a soft putty. Apply, smooth, shape as desired. Use it to stick to almost any surface. It air cures to a strong, durable, waterproof finish, so you can make things for outdoors or use in underwater applications. And it doesn't have heavy odors or fumes like other products you may have seen, so you can use it anywhere you need to. Sand, grind, paint, and finish as you like. The possibilities are endless. But did you know we have even more products to design, create, build, and restore? Do you need to smooth or coat a rough surface? Assemble or bond different materials together? Fill a crack, plug a leak, fabricate a missing part, construct a large prop, or even a piñata? How about kids' classes and camps that don't have access to an oven or kiln? If you need to make, fix, or alter it, we have just the right product for you. Our website is jam-packed with pictures and videos. Learn more at avstudio.com. Follow us on Instagram and Facebook for the latest ideas on how you can use AV's products and let your imagination soar.
Alrighty, and there is the video from last time, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Dylan. Next up is Dan Daugherty again with his other publication, O-Scale Resource. Dan is the content editor of O-Scale Resource magazine. It also is a free online magazine. Started in 2013, the O-Scale Resource magazine has well over 6,500 worldwide readers per issue. The magazine is the resource for all scale O. Dan?
Appreciate it, Jim. Let me start my my little slideshow here. Yes, Dan Daugherty again. We're going to talk about the O-Scale Resource online magazine, dealing with everything in 148 two-rail model railroading. As the S-Scale, it's online and free. We have a new flipbook format that works much better on all the devices. We publish every other month, so 1 month is the O-Scale Resource, the next month we publish the S-Scale Resource. This course can be downloaded as a PDF, just like the other one. You can also print it, although the O-Scale Resource runs usually over 100 pages, so printing might be a little expensive, which is why we don't offer that as a service. But you can also print a selection of pages if there's an article that catches your eye. And again, we're on Facebook, and please share with social media. All back issues are online from 2013, and again, all of these, you can read them as a flip book or download the PDF and put them in your own archive. I'll talk advertising again real quickly. All ads linked to your website. This magazine runs over 6,500 readers per issue. We measure that by IP address within a 2-month window. So if the O-Scale magazine comes out on a specific day, 2 months later it comes out again, we take those IP addresses, and that gives us our people that are looking at the magazine. Extremely competitive rates when you look at those numbers of people per issue. Of course, all back issues are still linked, and we offer the multiple magazine discounts. So if you're a manufacturer and do have both O and S scale products, you get a discount there. All the information is on the oscaleresource.com. And we have global readership and authorship. We are having authors now from Canada, France, Germany, New Zealand, Australia, Japan, even Colombia. Who knew? But all these people have one thing in common, and that's modeling in scale O, scale 1, but news you can use. If you're a manufacturer or an importer, of course, we'd love to have you as an advertiser, but send us a press release. If you have a new product coming out, send it in, send us some pictures. We'll be happy to put it in the magazine at no charge. We also do a lot of kit building, modern kits, older kits. We feature that quite a bit. O-Scale history. We've lost a lot of people over the years, and we want to keep the history alive to show people what the O-Scale history roots and some of the people that made O-Scale what it is today. Of course, we have many layouts that we feature. And of course, this is the home of new tracks again on the O scale version. Again, the O and the S scale, so if of course, we go into tool tips, both bigger tools, small tools, updating older kits. This is a Thomas tank car that I built. This was issued, I believe, in 1949, and we bring it up to today's standards. We also have a lot of prototype drawings, and I hope you're seeing a trend here. DCC, of course, we do a lot of that. I do it here, both in older brass and newer brass locomotives. In-depth how-tos. This article, glass cutting, not only do we do like rectangles and squares, we like cutting circles for headlights. And there's a video that goes with this, and we'll do that on occasion if we have an in-depth article that I think a video would help let you see what we're trying to do. Brass bashing. Yeah, there's a guy who takes brand new brass models and takes a torch to them and makes them the way he wants them. So we feature Santiago quite a bit. Of course, scratch building. We've done some very in-depth articles on that, both easy ones and little tough ones. Again, has the S-Scale magazine, What's on Your Workbench, and seen around the layout. If you have a project that you're working on, shoot us a picture. Give me a couple of paragraphs, we'll put it in. Have a nice shot, send it in. We also cover shows. Of course, we talked about the O and S Scale Midwest show as our show, but we get to O Scale West. We try to get as to many O scale shows as we can, and they normally also have a companion video to go with them. Of course, covering scenery is a big thing as I'm building my own railroad. We also cover brass models and painting, beautiful photography, and so much more. We do a lot of stuff here. What we're saying is we're putting the modeling back in model railroading, and that's really what we're doing. And we'd love to hear from you. So again, if you have an idea for an article, drop us a line, a layout tour. And like Jim said earlier, we'll walk you through that. A lot of people say they can't write, they can't do this. You give us some information and some pictures, and we'll work with you and try to get everything done. We're on Facebook, of course. You can catch us there. We also put up tips and news items there as much as we can. We've been doing this for 8 years. Again, it's the oscaleresource.com. On our website, all the back issues, who we are if you really want to see what the rest of us look like. And advertising, rate cards are all online. So I appreciate this, and thank you very much.
Dan, thank you again for coming. I'd like to make another self-serving comment here. I do write new tracks for this magazine too, my series. And I include manufacturers. The reason I include manufacturers is the purpose of my series is to try to get more people building models. I am concerned that we're going to lose the talent of model building if we can't find a way to pass that on from one generation to the next. And unless the current generation starts building more models, I'm afraid we're going to stand to lose some of that talent. And that would be a crying shame for the hobby long term. So the reason I write about mentors and I write about manufacturers is trying to stimulate the interest in building models. Each one of the manufacturers that I write about, I ask to do a contest drawing in each one of the magazines where you send in your emails. The manufacturer offers a prize of one of the kits or one of the items that he manufactures. And we have one drawing, one person's drawn from the emails, and that's the winner. And the manufacturer provides not only his kit, but also help in trying to make it the best kit that that person can possibly build. So if there are manufacturers in S or O, or manufacturers who are thinking about entering S and O, then give me a call and contact me because I'd like to include you in one of the articles. There's always room, and I do appreciate your help in the past. One of the issues that I constantly encounter, and Dan calls me on it all the time, is people in other scales other than S and O that I'd love to be able to write about, but they really don't fit the profile that Dan is looking for in his publication. And therefore, I'm looking for a way to start a publication or to be a writer for a publication with non-S and O people and manufacturers, the same as my new tracks are in both of Dan's publications. So if anybody out there is interested, please let me know and we'll talk about it. With that said, the next person up is Nick's Trains with Nick Santos. I'd like to introduce Nick, the maker of Decoder Buddies and Loco Lights. The company has helped many modelers install the different manufacturers' 21-pin decoders into their models. His Loco Lights are cutting edge, working diesel locomotive steps, ground high walkways, and caboose lights. Nick, welcome.
Hi, Jim. Glad to be here. Thank you very much for having us today and to put this new tracks session together. Appreciate. I'd like to start a screen share now if I can. If I'm lucky, it'll work. Have you got something that looks like a blue screen?
We do.
Very good. Okay. What I've done is addressed one of my own frustrations. I started with a locomotive that I couldn't put lights into and developed a board that would help me do that. I'm behind. I can't see a thing. So oh, me. There we go. So what I've done is made a board that is easy to access, has resistors on board for LEDs so that you can add LEDs to the to your model, make the lights work, make ditch lights work, and also have an easy job of installing a 21-pin decoder. The resistors we talked about, these are the four products. The four decoder buddies that you see, or 3 decoder buddies and a surface board. This is the original board. It has 8 outputs and resistors and amplifiers to match. So you put the 21-pin decoder in, hitch the LEDs to this board, and off you go. This is original 8 output, 12 output, 4 output, smaller board, and this is a Soundtrax, and this is a Locksound 21-pin decoder, so that you can see it fits pretty easily. This small board fits onto these pins and makes the shell separable from the frame. The frame is where you'd mount the decoder. This is what it would look like after you put the small board onto this small connector board onto the motherboard. Again, a Soundtrax and a Locomotive decoder, Digitrax, NCE, TCS, all make decoders to fit. Along here, you can see the runner resistors and the transistor amplifiers. This is a 12 output board to match Locosound's 12 output Locosound 5 decoders. I had to call it a V5, of course, because that's what Locosound did. Soundtrax will fit onto that. Locosound will fit onto any of the decoders, as will the rest of the manufacturers, including the Mini. The Mini was kind of a help, and I'd like you S scalers and O scalers to, and HON3 guys to kind of look at this. I made this for a ON3 fellow that said he wanted to have a little bit more or a little bit less in his little bit of space in his locomotive. All the decoders come with track pads, speaker pads, heads for stay alives that are easy to solder to. This is a Athearn blue box. These are 3 Atlas locomotives waiting for their decoder buddies. This is a dual mode. This is a QSI that gave me the initial fits and starts of wanting lights and not being able to produce them. And the final one is a brand new Atlas version. Again, this is the problem child. It's a QSI. Now you can see the decoder buddy fits in there nicely. And we'll wake JT Burke up and show him one of his own speakers, which I really think are great. And there's also room for Keep Alive in here, a top side view with a 21 pin connector for your decoder, and the small connector board, which you can see here in the dynamic brake hatch of this Atlas locomotive. I put the locomotive onto the frame, and that board just fits. A lot of people have asked me about what about the dual mode and a Genesis clips. What I do is I take a pair of flush cutters, cut these off, dress it, put it back in the locomotive, put some goo along the top side, and then just set the decoder on it. The other way to mount the decoder buddy, or any decoder that you have for that matter, onto these pins without the ears to catch, is with Kapton tape. You haven't got a lot of mechanical stress in there. It's just to keep the decoder in position while you're putting the shell on. This is a Genesis Athearn locomotive that has wires from light bulbs that's getting updated to LEDs. It has a speaker that JT is going to replace for me. And an idea where those wires went, after I got the LEDs put in, I can hitch to the U plus side, and you can see down here there's a light lit, so I know which aux port to solder to with a black wire. Now, with all these availabilities of wires, I said, well, what can I do with all the lighting functions? So I came up with that's a ground light and that's a step light, and these are working. I've cut off the Athearn non-working versions and glued on my own working version of a step light. I think that's a big improvement from an LED glued to the bottom of that step, and the procedure is exactly the same. Just a little bit of CA, a little bit of paint over the top of that, and here you've got a locomotive with step lights and ground lights. These happen to be in LED colors as opposed to incandescent colors on the rest of the lights. We'll address that in a second, but you can see that they look pretty realistic. This is an 0201 LED that I hand solder myself. The positive lead is red, the negative lead is in copper. The 0201 LED fits into the fittings that I've had manufactured for myself. These are the fittings. This is what I'd use for a step light. It's a little bit shorter. This is what I'd use for a flat mount ground light. And then if you're worried about stability, you can put a number 69 drill into your pin vise, put a hole in, and that little nipple will just fit in there. And if you drill all the way up through your frame, you've got a nice way to mount that particular light. It took me a while to find them, and I'm very pleased to say that I've got incandescent colored LEDs now, in addition to LED colored LEDs, so that you could do a new style. And I've seen these on some of the new BNSF locomotives, or an old style, like what happens in the Burlington Yard on the Vermont Railway locomotives, where I go down and hunt for a while. last thing I'd like to talk about is my light test board. The light test board kind of makes a program track into decoder tester. If you're on the program track, then you've got a locomotive that'll go forward and backwards. You've got a JT Burke speaker in here. Scale Sound Systems is the best. And you've got a light test board. So if you want to see which aux is working and which aux isn't working, or maybe you've got wig-wag lights that are gonna blink, or a Mars light that's gonna do its thing, then you can see it happen here on this light test board before you have to put the shell on. It just makes a little bit more economical, maybe version of a decoder tester. Thanks for being here. One thing I'm going to do is if you email your request to me, I'm sorry, PayPal is pretty rigid, through my website, and mention Fast Tracks, I'll invoice you for your request, 1 or 2 or 3 or however many decoders buddies you want, and give you a 20% discount on your order, including shipping, for the rest of this month until December 20th. I better get out of here so I don't go over my 10 minutes. Have a good day.
Mick, I really do appreciate it. And I certainly do appreciate all the help you've been to me personally in getting this show off the ground, and recommending some other companies that you believe should be involved. And they decided to also participate. So thank you so much for the recommendations and all the work you put in for us. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, next up is Model Railroad Hobbyist Running Extra with Jeff Schultz. Model Railroad Hobbyist magazine, now known as MRH, started publishing a free ad-supported digital magazine for model railroading in 2009. They're now published well over 100 issues in a free online library of over 20,000 pages loaded with how-to insights on the hobby. Jeff, welcome.
All right, thank you, Jim. I'm going to turn our screen share on here. And there we go. All right, hopefully you're now seeing the who is MRH Media. I'm Jeff Schultz with MRH Media, that's Model Railroad Hobbyist. MRH Media is kind of the company that Model Railroad Hobbyist, Running Extra, our newest product, the MRH Store, and Trainmasters TV all fall under. MRH Media is run by modelers who want to help other modelers find better ways of doing things and to share what we find to you via the internet. So, Running Extra. It's our newest product. It's an ad-free online ebook or magazine, depending on how you look at it. So, besides MRH, which is our ad-supported magazine, MRH Running Extra is all meat, no ads. It's all model railroading content, has authors such as Jim Six, Nick Muff, Greg Baker, Jack Burgess, Mike Rose, Mike Confalone, Tony Thompson, Jim Providenza, Jeff Bunza, and that was just in our first 6 issues. So it's got 100 plus articles, or sorry, 100 and plus pages of model railroading content. The monthly download of Running Extra also includes that month's Model Railroad Hobbyist, which is another 150 pages, and it's available for $2.99 per issue. Having said that, subscribing saves you a lot of money, up to 86%. Our current subscription is for 12 months and gives you the entire back issue catalog of Running Extra, which is 24 more magazines. So with 36 months there, you've got 4,000 pages, give or take, of model railroading content for $29.99. Model Railroad Hobbyist, our other magazine. This is definitely our flagship product. It's the one that started it all back in January of 2009. We've got 129 issues out now. Issue 130 will be out in a couple of weeks. It's all free. If you have an internet access, you can download that content at any time. I just did so yesterday because I wanted to get a copy of all the newest finished copies of all the magazines. It came out at over 5.8 gigabytes download. That's a lot of reading, 25,000 pages more or less. You can register for MRH. You don't have to if you just want to get the magazine, but you can register at mrhmag.com and get you something extra. Links, it gets you our emails, which are links to the current issues, links to threads on our forums that we think are particularly interesting, access to the back issue catalog for those other 128 magazines, the MRH acrylic paint guide, Surviving in a Post-Colloquial World, a free download, which has all sorts of information on how to do acrylic paints now that all the enamels are gone. And also it lets you post on the MRH forums, which is a group of forums that we've got on our website, which have several hundred to several thousand modelers hanging out on them, offering tips, tricks, showing what they're doing on a regular basis, giving their own layout tours. It's all sorts of fun there. So here's to the hobby vendors. We've got a magazine that, as you can see from the graph there, is now exceeding 80,000 readers per month. We're selling ads. It's just that. Now is probably one of the best times for you to start advertising. With websites, social networking, internet ads, you can just hope that somebody who you're interested in as a buyer wanders across it. With MRH, you've got 80,000 model railroaders who are interested, who will be seeing your ad the way you want it presented, with a link or multiple links even to your website. MRH ad pricing. We've got 8 different sizes of ads, and from 1 month out to 12 months or longer. We have our email blast ads. We have a rotating website banner on our website. You can combine all of these and get discounts on the ads up to 25% off. You do not have to keep the same ad up for the length of the ad period. You can change your ad out every month if you want to. So basically, for readers, we've got 2 great digital magazines. And for vendors, we're the best target for your advertising dollar, we think. Thank you very much. And off to Joe Fugate.
Well, Jeff, I do appreciate so much you being here today and telling us about your publication. I certainly think it's something that everybody ought to take a hard look at, no question about it. Before I let you go, I got a question for you, though. You're working with Russ on some kind of special narrow gauge convention, aren't you?
Russ Segner. He's the superintendent of 4th Division of the Pacific Northwest region of the NMRA, and I'm superintendent of 2nd Division. And somehow he got the idea that I had some sort of technological knowledge, so he drafted me into his National Narrow Gauge Project, where we've started doing, I think it's every month now, layout tours and whatnot of less known, less accessible layouts, and ones that the National Narrow Gauge Convention will never ever get near, simply because they're not near enough to a large city, but are great layouts that ought to be seen.
Well, I'm really supportive of this effort. I've told Russ that he's welcome anytime to be on one of my shows in either Wednesday or Saturday evening at 7 o'clock and talk about it, because particularly the layouts that people rarely know about or don't get to see, I think that's just fantastic. So thank you so much for being here today.
Yeah, you can get in contact with or get involved with it at nng@groups.io. It's a mailing list.
Thanks, Jeff. And Jim? It's called Off the Beaten Track.
Next up is MRH's videos and books with Joe Fugate. Model Railroad Hobbyist magazine also sells books and videos for the hobby in their online MRH store with almost 200 titles now listed. Joe, thank you so much for coming.
Okay, well, let me get the share going here. So, share. So hopefully everybody can see my nice screen that says Model Railroad Hobbyist Store. And what we have here, sometimes people wonder, where does the store fit in? And so I threw this picture in to show that we have, overall, we're called MRH Media. And then we have the Model Railroad Hobbyist magazine line, which includes Running Extra, which Jeff talked about. Then we have the store, and we also have Trainmasters TV, which we're not going to talk about today, but Trainmasters TV, just so that people know what it is. I call it Netflix for model trains or Hulu for model trains. It's a streaming video site with over 500 videos. So let's talk about the Model Railroad Hobbyist store. So let's see here. Go to the next screen. There we are. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to run through just some sample products. We have over 200 different titles that we sell in the Model Railroad Hobbyist store. And we sell books, we sell ebooks, we sell DVDs, we sell downloadable videos. So this is one of the videos that we sell. And it's actually what we do. I mentioned Trainmasters. What we do is we actually take the videos that are available streaming on Trainmasters TV, and some people prefer DVDs, so, or downloads, to download and play it locally on a computer or on a device like a phone or a tablet. So this is from Trainmasters TV. It's a very popular series. It's Weathering with Mike Conflone, and he weathers, in this volume, he weathers freight cars. You can see a before and after picture here on the cover. He also does locomotives. So that's volume 2, locomotives, also available on Trainmasters TV, but you can get a DVD or you can do a download. Either way, whichever way you want. So then we also do some prototype videos. So one of the real popular ones that we did, again, this is from our Trainmasters TV video collection, is Streamliners at Spencer. There was a great event a few years ago. Some of you may even have attended that event, and a lot of vintage diesels. And there was even some, I think there was a steam locomotive in attendance as well, Norfolk and Western steamer. And so this is all on this video. So if you missed that event and are a fan of vintage streamlined diesels, this is a great video to get. We also cover layouts, and we have 4 different layout tour volumes. These are very popular. These are some of our most popular videos. Again, these are taken from content that's available on Trainmasters TV. And the first volume has 16 layouts, and we've got 4 volumes now. It varies between 12 and 16 layouts in each one. And I think we've got enough layout tours. We're probably going to be issuing a 5th volume here shortly. Again, available as DVD or download. Then this is volume 2. That particular volume has George Celios and his Franklin South Manchester on it. And that one's very popular as well. We also have videos on different scenery techniques, and the most popular series there is scenery modeling outside the box. Mike Conflone is the one who does these videos, and he is a fabulous modeler. And as you can see in this cover photo, yes, that's a model, believe it or not. He shows how he integrates foreground scenery with background photo backdrops. Just some awesome modeling. And there's 2 volumes in this set. Again, that's very popular, available as DVD or download. This is the 2nd volume. He gets into static grass and some other interesting techniques there. Then we have, this is an older series. This is my Siskiyou line. This is my Siskiyou line 1. those who have been following what's been going on in model railroad hobbyists know that I have since dismantled this layout, and I'm working on a I call Sistu Line 2. And there'll be videos coming out about that. But this is on the first layout, and this is been a very popular series, but it is an older series. Then we do books as well, and you can either download them as ebooks or you can get them as paperbacks. We have 2 volumes we've done of structure plans. Pat Harriman, MMR, has done these structure plans. And we thought about, and when we did the book, we said, you know, this is like a 200-300 page book of plans. And what would be the best way to present these plans? Let's spiral bind them. So basically it lays perfectly flat. So a very handy format. And again, we do paperbacks too. Just because we do online digital stuff doesn't mean we don't do paper as well for people who gotta feel the paper. We also have a book on building an HO steam locomotive in styrene and brass. And that's a very fascinating project by Renee Gourley. So you get that. Jeff mentioned our guide to acrylic painting. This is available free to subscribers to Model Railroad Hobbyist. But you can also get it as a paperback if you want. And you can buy it from the MRH store. It's also available. Several of our books I might mention are available on Amazon as well. Then this series is proving to be really popular. This is by me, and it's called Make It Run Like a Dream. And you know, a lot of the hobby covers getting good looks, but I wanted to focus on getting it to run amazing. And so I've had several people tell me this is like the definitive series on how to get your layout to run like a dream. And 2 books are out. The third one is going to be late 2021 on locomotives. If you pre-order the locomotives book, then you get what we call sneak peeks. So as the book is developed, I will send you downloadable versions that you can look at, and you can comment and make requests for me to cover topics. And so, yes, visit the MRH store online. It's store.mrhmag.com. And as I mentioned, downloadable videos, DVDs, downloadable ebooks, paperback books, and almost 200 titles total. So that's it.
Well, Joe, I really do appreciate it. By the way, let me ask you a question about your Run Like a Dream series.
Yes.
Have you got a book that means I don't have to clean the track?
I do talk some about track cleaning in the track work book, but actually there's been a lot of recent developments in the track cleaning space, and I almost need to issue something like a major update to the track cleaning discussion. There's even a current discussion going on in the Model Railroad Hobbyist forum about that, and we're making discoveries every day.
Well, that's kind of why I mentioned it, because I think it's an apt subject for the time, because I know I hate the job. And particularly being a trolley guy, I not only have to clean the track, I've got to clean the wire. So the overhead.
Oh, no. Yes. Yes.
So, you know, something that would come out to simplify my task in trying to keep everything clean would be a major asset for me. So I look forward to seeing that running.
Okay.
But thanks so much for being here today.
You're welcome. I'm delighted to be here.
Next one is Evans Design, Dave Jameson. Dave has been working with LEDs for over 15 years. They specialize in lights for the hobbyist and have a line of LEDs that are targeted at the model train market. So Dave, thank you so much for being here today.
Thanks, Jim. I'm going to share my screen. Let's see. Can people see my screen now?
Nope. If you want, I could just pull it up on my end, Dave.
Well, I have a few new slides, so
okay.
I can do that. Let me hit. Did it come up?
Nope.
Oh, I see. I have to hit that. Okay, there we go. Let's see. Do we see it now?
Yep, we got you.
Okay. My name's Dave Jameson, and the company is Evan Designs. And you can see us at evandesigns.com at our website. And one of our primary products is LED lighting. And LED lighting, we have all sorts of sizes and colors. They look great in your trains and light up your buildings, bring your layout to life. I choose LEDs. Well, they come in all sorts of sizes. They use a lot less power than incandescent. And they last a long time. They're about 100,000 hours if treated correctly. They come in vibrant colors, and they don't get hot. And we offer a 2-year warranty on our pre-wired products. Here's a bunch of the sizes we have for the LEDs. I mean, the colors, and some of the new colors this year are purple and a nice blue. Here's all the sizes that we carry. And the small size over here on the left, that's a 201 LED. It's already wired up. And that one's 0.6 millimeter wide. So it's easier than trying to wire it yourself. One of the new ones that we have is the one in the center. It's called Deca. Oh, that we call it Deca anyway. It's almost the brightest one. And the ones on the left here are surface mount LEDs. So they sit flat and so they don't take up any height. So they're great for interior of spaces like model buildings, because they also, the flat ones have a wide angle light spread. And then the ones on the right, people might be more familiar with, they're the bulb style, and they give it more of a directional light. And our lights, we they come in either steady or we have a variety of effects like slow flash, fast flash, or breathing and flickering. And we can apply that to any of the LEDs. Some of the bulb LEDs have some of those effects built right into the bulb. And otherwise, we put a little circuit in the wire approaching the bulb to provide the effect. And for any of the LEDs that are for model train use, we have a, for hooking up to like a model train transformer, we have a bridge rectifier, a capacitor and resistor, and that allows the LED to get nice smooth 3 volts, or some colors need even less than that. And that way they last for a long time. Here's a few of the popular kits for the model railroaders. A little fire kit you can get in a variety of sizes, and they start at $6. And then a welding kit, provide either a welding of, showing from a really small ones that you can put at the end of the torch, or larger ones that you would simulate somebody welding some equipment. And here's a few of popular kits. A self-contained kit on the left. It just has a little coin cell. They can light up a interior of a caboose or a small building, or we have some strings of LEDs like in this Christmas tree farm scene that I put in place. Now, here's another few kits. There's a Fred. This one's an N scale boxcar, but we have it in all scales. The coin cell you saw on the last slide is inside the boxcar, and I rigged it with a little switch on the side that allows you to turn it on, and it just flashes at a steady rate. And then we have a siren circuit, so if you want to have a police scene, you can put a siren next to your scene and put it on. We some new lighting effects we have a synchronized circuit, and you can apply this to flashing, breathing, or sometimes people want to do flickering with it. And this can be applied to 2 or more LEDs. And so these can be made to order based on the size and color that you want to have this effect. We have like an alternating LEDs, a radio tower, which is 3 in a sequence, and we have other sequential ones. We also have fiber optics. And here's a little airplane circuit kit that we have. It lets you pick amongst different flash rates, like a double flash. It has some strobe options, and it comes with a variety, a group of LEDs that are appropriate for airplane navigation. And this particular model that I made is only 4 inches wide, so you can have in your small scales. New this year, this motion sensor. And so this is really handy for, for a variety of uses, like, so that you don't have to turn on and off different models. I know someone had a bunch of models in their display case. They said it really helped them out because they didn't have to like open the display, turn on each. Because when somebody just walks up to the display case, all the models went on. And then 15 seconds later, they went off. So if you had it on battery, it would really conserve the battery. Another fairly new product is this gooseneck lamp. And we have it in HO and O, and it's accurate to scale. There's a little escutcheon that you can slide into the building, and have your lamp protruding as far as you want. I mentioned strings before, and they're good to decorate different things like the refinery in the background or the Christmas tree. We have these in colored, flashing, and a few different sizes. Oh, in addition to LEDs, we have some software for making buildings. And the software has over 500 textures, and it has you pick them off of different palettes at the top, and you place them onto the screen to create your model. And when you place them on the screen, they come in at your model size. So you choose your size when you open the software. And here are a few pictures that customers have created, sent them to me. There's probably several hundred on our website, so go visit it and see what customers make. And also see us at our Black Friday event, which is starting today at evandesigns.com. And thanks for having me, and back to you, Jim.
Okay, thank you so very much. I've included Evans Design in one of my past articles, and when I did, I learned more about LEDs trying to write about what the company was doing than I ever thought I needed to know. But I really learned a lot, and I appreciate it very much. Thank you so much for being here today.
Great. Take care.
Next is Railroad Model Craftsman, Justin France. Justin is a writer, photographer, and editor based in Northwest Montana. He is associate editor of Railroad Model Craftsman. At RMC, he helps manage the magazine's monthly columns, including the popular features like painting and weathering, craftsman workshop, and perspective. Justin, welcome.
Hi, thank you so much for having me, guys. I really appreciate it. Let me share my presentation. Let's see. Oops. Enter full screen. Cool. Awesome. Well, yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate it. My name is Justin Franz, and I'm the associate editor of Railroad Model Craftsman magazine. First off, thank you so much for having me today. We really appreciate the invitation. This has been a fantastic show so far. RMC is one of the oldest model railroad magazines in continuous publication in the United States. RMC was first published in March 1933 as the Model Craftsman, and at the time it focused on model building in all of its forms. In 1949, the magazine was given a new name and a new mission to focus entirely on model railroading, although its focus leaned heavily on model railroading during its first 20 or so years, regardless of title. Interestingly, when the magazine was renamed in 1949, it was actually called Model Railroad Craftsman. However, a few months in, Al Kalmbach, publisher of rival model railroader asked if the name could be changed because it was so close to his publication's name. In July 1949, Model Railroad Craftsman became Railroad Model Craftsman, and it's been known by that name ever since. In the 1950s, Hal Carstens came on staff as associate editor and later rose through the ranks to become publisher in the 1960s. He eventually outright purchased the magazine and the company, naming it Carstens Publications. Carstens would later grow to publish other magazines, perhaps most notably Railfan and Railroad Magazine, where I'm mostly the associate editor. Carstens published RMC until 2014, when Wright River Productions announced that it was buying both RMC and Railfan. In the years since White River's takeover, the magazine has been redesigned and updated. Presently, Otto Vondrak serves as editor-in-chief. Harry K. Wong and myself are associate editors. It's designed by Todd Gillette and proofread by Laura Hughes. Kevin Udaley, owner of White River Productions, is our publisher. Like a lot of people now, the editorial staff of RMC works remotely, although we've been doing that long before anyone had even heard of COVID-19. Otto is based in Rochester, New York. Harry is in San Francisco, and I'm based in Columbia Falls, Montana, not far from Glacier National Park. Every day we edit and write stories that we think and hope our readers enjoy. And I think RMC's target audience is the active model railroader, and that's why you'll see a lot of stories involving kit bashing, scratch building, and operations. And I think our December issue, which should be hitting newsstands soon, is a great example of that. So I figured we could go through this month's issue. In this month's issue, we have a fantastic story by Alan Mendy about modeling Central Railroad of New Jersey express boxcars. Alan started this project with a C and BT Shops 40-foot boxcar and used parts from AccuRail, A-Line, Central Valley, and Detail Associates to produce this beautiful model. We also have two stories this month about kit bashing log cars by Tyler Whitcomb and Phil Holden. Tyler is modeling a freelance Pacific Northwest log hauler, and his story focuses on the types of log cars you would have seen on railroads in the late 20th and early 21st century, when railroads were using a lot of secondhand equipment. Phil's kit bash is aimed more at those modeling logging railroads during the early 20th century, and starts with the frame of an old tank car. Both are really great stories, and if you're into modeling logging railroads, they're fantastic. To go along with those two features, I wrote a brief story in our perspective section, which is a monthly feature in the magazine where we highlight different voices and topics within the hobby, including prototype stuff, about my own experiences photographing some of the last logging railroads in the Pacific Northwest, specifically the St. Mary's River Railroad, which ran on a section of the former Milwaukee Road in North Idaho. Other features this month include a story by Sean Brandstetter about modeling realistic asphalt crossings. Wayne Wesolonsky shows us how to model portable carbide work lights, which were once very common in rail yards and other industrial settings. And Dale Smith scratch builds a hardware store in Eskdale. We also frequently publish scale drawings. This month, we have a scale drawing by James Kindad about coal hoppers that were built for the Chesapeake in Ohio and several other Eastern roads. We also take a look at Rick Abrahamson's fantastic New Haven layout, which is our cover story this month. This layout focuses on the electrified portion of New Haven, and he just has some really incredible modeling, and he just does some incredible work. It's worth the price of admission just by itself. Every month we publish a number of columns, including Safety Valve, where readers can respond to things we've published. Receiving Yard, which is edited by Harry and looks at the various product announcements we receive every month. This month we're focusing on Athearn's announcement that they'll be producing Canadian Pacific's rebuilt SD70 ACU locomotives. Even though I don't model the modern era, I'm actually looking at purchasing one of those because they're a really neat looking locomotive. We have Test Track, which you can see on the right side of your screen, where we review various products. There are actually so many products coming out these days, which is a good thing that we're actually running out of room in the print edition. And we're having to publish extra stories on our website at rrmodelcraftsman.com. So be sure to check that out. And Rail Books is a lot like Test Track, except where we talk about new books and video reviews. We also have a couple regular columns in the back of the book. Craftsman Workshop is usually a 6-page monthly feature where we dive into a very skilled scratch building project. Dave Capron is our normal writer for this section, and he's covered everything from making real coal loads from actual pieces of coal to how to build the ultimate toolkit. We also have some other authors who pitch in. This month, George Fetka shared a story about modeling loading docks and ramps. And in the next few months, we'll have a 3-part feature about 3D printing from Brian Pickering. We also have a trio of columns that rotate a couple times a year called Collector's Consist, Painting and Weathering, and Company Photographer. Lastly, we have Diverging Points, which is one of my favorite columns in the magazine. It's written by Rapido Trains founder Jason Tron, and Editor's Notebook, which is written by Otto. Before I go, I want to say that we're always accepting photo stories or story ideas and photo submissions. We want this magazine to be a reflection of the community it serves, and that means publishing your stories. So if you have a model that you've done that you think is worthy of a story, please reach out and send me an email. We really want to talk to you about that, and we mean that. You can find details about how to submit story ideas to us on our website. If you go to the Contact Us page or Contact Us tab at the top of the website, go down to Submission Guidelines. You'll find just about everything you need to know about how to submit a story to us. And if you don't find the answer there, please send me an email at justin@rrmodelcraftsman.com, and I'll do my best to answer it. Even if you don't think you're much of a writer, please reach out to us and we'll work with you. That's our job, is to work with folks to get their stories to be a publishable format, because we really can't do this magazine without you and your contributions. Also, head to rrmodelcraftsman.com if you want to subscribe. And also, I would be remiss to mention that White River Productions is also going to be having a Black Friday sale on all of our products and books and magazines. So be sure to head over to whiteriverproductions.com in the coming week to check that out. But yeah, thanks again for inviting us. It's been a great show and we really appreciate it. So thank you so much.
Well, Justin, thank you so much for being here today. I really do appreciate it. I got to tell you, I grew up with your magazine. Frankly, without your magazine back in the 70s, the 60s, the 50s, the 40s, but way back, if it hadn't have been for those publications, I don't think that I would have ever been able to build the models that I build today. I'm a scratch builder, and I used to love reading all of the articles from the modelers that you published that were building things that I'd only dreamed about having, and to follow them along and be able to try to duplicate their work was a real learning experience for me. So I wish you best in your publication.
Well, thank you so much. We know that RMC has a long history, and we're proud of that history to try and keep that going. So thank you so much, and thanks again for having us.
Yes, sir. Next up is Scale Sound Systems, JT Burke. Scale Sound System designs and manufactures high-performance, drop-in aftermarket speakers for DCC sound locomotives, along with locomotive lighting kits and other detail parts. JT, welcome.
Hi, thanks for having me again. I'm going to do my best not to go over my time like I did last time. For those who missed everything, I am a professional audio engineer. 25 plus years, system design, speaker design, touring, recording studio work, that kind of thing. And around 2015, I wanted to, as I was a lifelong model railroader, and around 2015, I started doing DCC sound installs of my own locomotives, and in a pursuit to make that simpler and to develop a speaker that sounds better than what I could find on the market. I started designing and manufacturing my own speakers. And so I have a lot of high caliber test and measurement and analyzing equipment here, and I have the skill and training to use it. So started doing that for myself mainly, and for local friends, and they encouraged me to launch a website. And so in 2018, I did so. And I will just quickly screen share here and just run you through some of my stuff. And all right. So everyone see my website here?
Yep, we got it.
Good, great. So you just come to scalesoundsystems.com. And I am a Soundtrax, Loc Sound, and TCS dealer. And when you go to shop, you can go to my Rectify speakers here. And I have over 200 speaker sizes that are designed to fit specific locomotives of varying brands, as well as some generic size speakers. And these are designed to drop into your locomotives without having to modify anything. They'll replace either the stock speaker or weight, or if it was never, some of my products are designed for locomotives that were never intended to have sound in them. And so you can see, you can keep going. And so there's the speakers. I do provide installation services. I've been working on one here while the show has been going on. I'm doing less and less of that because the speaker and lighting business has really taken off, and I just don't have time. As many of you can relate here, the manufacturers, when this thing started and took off, it really became very popular, and I haven't done much model railroading. I really miss my own modeling. And so I'm going to try to streamline the business and focus more on the manufacturing thing and do less of the installs for people. Here's some of the lighting kits. I developed this stuff, again, out of necessity. So when I'm doing installs for people, and if there's a product on the market if there's not a product on the market that meets what I need, well, I design and manufacture it. So here's I have a couple of different ditch light detail parts that I manufacture. I've released a whole series of strobe light kits that are specific to certain railroads and prototypes. And I have new ditch light models are coming out this week or next week. I'll be releasing 2 new models of ditch lights. I have LED conversion kits that are really popular for Athearn. They come with these really nice clear lenses that have a nice convex shape to them. And you can see here swapping out the bulbs. I can't seem to tab that over. The stock Athearn bulbs with the LEDs, you can see how much of an improvement it is. But unlike using crystal clear or fiber optics or something to form your own lenses, these lenses are already made for you. And you can literally convert an Athearn locomotive to LEDs in about 10 minutes using these kits. I have videos. So let's see here. Let's see what else. Yeah, so you can buy decoders and all that other kind of stuff here. The steam speakers, I should mention, I have a product called the Boiler Barker. And these are D-shaped round enclosures that will fit in boilers and smoke boxes. A lot of brass guys use these. They sound really good by themselves. And I will be releasing a new range of tender mounted speakers to go along with them. That'll be coming out early next year. So, covers, steam and diesel. And let's see here. I've got installation guides. So here you can go and learn how to assemble and use my products, how to, general kind of guidelines of how to do things. I make these really excellent, there's some installation guides on how to do some basic install work. I should bring up the locomotive lighting again, just to point out the F unit conversions. These are extremely popular. They can convert, like Athearn F units and other F units that came with the single bulbs. You can convert them into the twin beam, and I've got the dual light and 3 light configurations that SP modelers use. Lots of cool stuff there, just stuff that I had to develop out of necessity. If you go to my YouTube channel, which is linked off of the website, you can see I've got some how-to videos. I've got a bunch of comparison videos on how, comparing the stock speaker versus the speaker that I've designed for it, so you can hear for yourself. There are some installation profiles. I sometimes will share locomotives that I have done installations on. And yeah, and so that's kind of the quick, yeah, so lots of stuff to buy there. Let me stop the share. All right, so I'm venturing into some other areas too, with layout design. I'm working with Fanasonics Engineering and Pricom and Iowa Scaled Engineering. We're all kind of working together on developing new things for layout sound, which would be like ambient sound effects and that kind of thing. Basically, if it has to do with sound and model trains, I'm going to be involved in it in some way or another. While the product line is mainly HO, I do have a lot of narrow gaugers, a lot of customers that are in ON30, SN3, ON3 that utilize my speakers in their locomotives. Yeah, you can just find all kinds of information on the website. There's a technical white paper if you're really interested in technical aspects. It's 18 pages and it has graphs and technical data and links that you can actually hear what I'm talking about and demonstrating. It revolves all around speaker design. So I think I did it in what, 7 minutes, 8 minutes? Yeah, I just kind of wanted to make it brief. I'm really pleased to be a part of this. It's been a joy as I sit here working, listening to everyone present and talk, and the products that are coming out, and the magazines, the online magazines, the paper magazines, the resources that we have available today. I mean, it's just being a part of this is a really exciting thing to see what everybody is doing, and just how many innovative people there are out there that are making this hobby a better thing. And I can speak from experience that the hobby is not at all dying. Many of my customers are teenagers and guys in their 20s, girls in their 20s, that are really into this. And it's just it's a thriving and community of people, and it's just a joy. So that's all I've got for you today, guys. Thanks for listening to me blab on.
Well, JT, I sure do appreciate you being here today. You were highly recommended to be on our show, and I'm so glad that we found you because you're doing some things that I think is fantastic. The Fanatronics that you're working with, I have some of their units and their speakers, and I use it on my trolley line because I don't have DCC. I operate regular DC, but using their systems, I'm able to get a wide range of sound. So I'm really interested to hear about your speakers and what you're doing with them in the future, because for me, not having sound through DCC, that's the only sound that I have for my layout. So I'm interested in that. Thank you so very much again.
Yes, thank you.
Next up is O-Scale Trains Magazine. Martin Beckbill. O-Scale Trains Magazine was founded in 2002 as one of the first modern publications serving the two-rail O-Scale community. The magazine has been a part of White River families since 2018, and longtime traction columnist Martin was named editor shortly thereafter. Martin, well, it is so nice to see another traction guy.
Well, I hope so.
Uh, Good afternoon to everybody from O-Scale Trains. Somehow I got to be labeled a traction guy just because I've written the column for about 10 years. I can't see my own slides though.
Give me just a second. I'm pulling them up right now.
Okay, thank you, Dylan. So we can go right to the next slide since I think we know who we already are. And I'm going to go pretty quickly because I think some of this is covered, but we were founded back in 2002 by Joe Giovanario, who tragically died from lung cancer in 2013. We kept the magazine going with a staff of 3.5 through 2018, where we were acquired by White River. And about 6 months later, I ended up as editor and traction columnist at the same time. So I wear a lot of hats, 7 or 8 of them, other than the ones that were model railroading here. Next slide. Here's our first cover from issue number 1. Here's our current cover. So we do everything O-Scale, as I said. We build layouts, we publish layouts. It's all about kits, scratch building, whatever and anything related to O-Scale models. Next slide, please. So I'll just give you here's a table of contents from the current issue. It's on the newsstands right now. So we have layouts. Right now we're featuring Nick Powell's B&O Railroad. So John Armstrong designed layout. We have a nice article from Al Askerberg, which is more than a little tongue-in-cheek with a photographer named Otto Focus. The third part of a 3-part article from Gunther Holzgang from Switzerland. So we have a pretty good international contributor list and readership list. It's actually pretty nicely world spanning. This is a massive modular layout. Charlie Fleischman gave us a nice article on rebuilding, or rejuvenating, restoring some rather historic brass and bronze age O-Scale locomotives. And gosh, there's even an article from me. So what more could you ever want? We have several columnists, one on historical information on O-Scale models, it's O-Scale archaeology. I write the traction column, which is really more serialized construction projects and scratch building and modelers tips. We have a column from the modeler's bench. It's Bill Davis. He's just building and detailing models. Moving to O-Scale, this is Kurt Thompson's column. He has shifted from HO, selling everything off, and has gone into the gills with O-Scale, and he is describing his journey in transition and through that experience. We have multiple departments, product news and announcements. We love to publish product announcements. So anybody with O-Scale new kits, products, get in contact with me. Events, again, we keep a list of all the O-Scale, mainly O-Scale shows. If there are going to be any more, I don't know, but we're still listing them all the way through next year. And in odd numbered issues, I have about 3 pages of clubs, O-Scale clubs that are listed. Next, please. So here's a picture. I'm just going to take you through a tour real quick of the current issue. Here's the B&O Railroad NC subdivision, Nick Powell's layout. Just a couple of pictures. I'm not going to drown you in too much here, but he has quite an extensive array of locomotives and some great scenery. And again, it's great to visit a John Armstrong designed layout. I took about 650 pictures, of which we published, I think, maybe 15. It's unfortunate, but I'm not a very good photographer some days. Next, please. This is Gunther Holzgang's little modular layout. That's his house behind it. This modular layout's about, I've forgotten, 20 meters by about 9 meters. It comes apart. He takes it on the road in a tractor trailer and goes to shows with it. It's all aluminum framework underneath it, behind it. It's a massive undertaking, and it's still being built. He's still got 3 or 4 sections that he's working on. Next slide, please. So departments, O-Scale archaeology. Jim DeBruin has been writing this 7 or 8 years now. History of O-Scale models, engines, locomotives, cars, kits,
this issue was mainly was hopper cars. Part 2, well, it was rolling history part 2, hopper car part 3. So he's got a fairly extensive library. So if you want to know something about the past of O scale, we have it in our magazine. It's something that's really quite very popular and read heavily. Bill Davis's column, he was currently working on finishing out a resin body boxcar, which he felt needed to be ripped apart and put back together and redetailed to be correct. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is Al Askerberg's little thing. It's a narrow gauge railroad. It was all narrow gauge engines, locomotive, rolling stock that he wrote a very nice article about. And over there on the right side is one of my creations that I decided I'd actually publish one of my own articles once a year if I could sneak it in under the wire without the editor finding out about it. Just an old Adams and Son trolley that I just didn't have a use for, so I made it into a diner and put it into a building. And I actually gave that away to a friend down in Mississippi. So I will build things and just give them away just because I don't have any place to put them anymore, but I have the fun of building them. And I think that's part of the theme of our magazine is we like to build stuff. We like to use it. We put it on our layouts. And if we don't have it, well, we'll find a home for it somewhere else. But we had the fun of building it. And that's critical and key to O scale is we're building things, building layouts, building models, building engines, rolling stock, everything and anything. I don't know if I have another slide or not. Hey, I do. Oh, yeah. So publishing, you want to get in, publish something in O scale trains, just contact me. We'll work with you. I have done anything from taking an article that took only three commas to be added to actually writing 98% of it. If it's a good idea and we have the right pictures, I'm not concerned about whether or not you can write or not. We'll help you with that. I've been writing in the publish and perish universe for 40 years with literally hundreds of publications in technical journals and magazines. Writing is not something that I worry about. I've written 3 articles in the past week right here in my own home office, and I'm in the middle of a 4th one right now. Advertising, you've got products in O scale you want to get advertised in O scale trains, contact Mike Lindsay. One last thing before I forget it, because I got nagged about it. I have to say, we have to remind you about the White River Black Friday sale. So go to the website and look and see what's going on in regards to what's on sale. And I think I'm done. Hooray.
Hey, Martin, I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for being here today and telling us about the O Scale Trains magazine. I might mention, people may not know this, but in addition to being with O Scale Trains magazine,
oh boy,
he's elected to a public office. He's a politician. And not only is he a politician, he's an MMR number 629 with the NMRA. So Mark, congratulations. You wear a lot of hats.
Oh, you didn't even mention the other 3 or 4 of them. And we're not going to go there today because it has nothing to do with trains or model railroading. It's back to my prior incarnation working for the National Cancer Institute.
Thanks again, Martin.
Oh, glad to be here.
Next up is Monster Model Works with Jimmy Simmons. Jimmy produces all basswood, 3D engraved brick and stone structure kits, scratch building materials, and much more. Jimmy, welcome.
Thanks, Jim. Thanks for having me here. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody coming up. Yeah, I really wanted to get into a little bit more depth in some of the stuff that we do, how simple it can be. Everything we do is not 3D printed, 3D laser engraved from actual pictures of brick, stone, concrete, whatever material that we do. So I'm going to share my screen here real quick. Places to find our products or hear about upgrades, what we're doing here. Go to our Facebook page. As you can see, we list all new products. I'm going to be talking about our new Machine Works kit here in a minute. I put up stuff like Carlos Zielinski's way that he paints our brick and stone products. He does an amazing job. But getting into something I've never done before on a show like this is getting into our manual real quick. This is our latest kit. It sells for $64.99. It's a small, if you can see my photo, you can sort of get an idea of the size of it. It's basically an all brick kit. When we get down, I give you the list of all of the materials that you need, very simple. You can actually see that there's not a ton of parts to it. Okay, I want to make sure you get the highest detail in the material, but also make it so that you can build it. We don't want you sitting there, and our kits aren't the old time box of sticks that we're used to getting, right? We can see that, look, it actually is basswood, laser engraved with the brick. We show you tools that's needed to build it, best whip practices on how to get perfect fit and finish. We can see we've got overlays of 1/32 basswood that goes right over the 1/8 main walls, right? So nice and easy. It actually gets built before you do any painting of it. All of our bracing on the inside, you know what's great about the bracing is it's all pre-laser cut. You don't have to cut it to size yourself. You just got to glue it on, let it dry, and you're ready to move on to the next. We teach you how to paint them. This is all done with acrylic paints, different washes and so forth. Here you can see I'm showing how to mask out the areas that you're going to paint in black, as we actually have laser cut stenciling sheets that go on over this so that you can get the signage for this particular kit. Going through it some more, we can see that it's very simple on building these windows and doors that are all actually laser cut with sticky back material. You can see how nice it looks when it's painted up. The right light, we got the asphalt shingles in this kit, which is just a real nice enhancement to what we're doing. Again, trying to make the build as simple as possible so that the expert modeler can just get to work on getting that layout and that diorama looking terrific, but also for beginning modelers. You know, even the roof has got laser cut wedges that keep the shape so that you don't have to worry about the shape of anything. You know, how do you get it to sit? How do you work it? No, we make that easy for you, teaching you how to lay the shingles properly. We even laser engrave all of the shingle lines, so you don't have to, you know, have your shingles sort of go wavy. It's etched right in there for you so that you know right where to lay the next shingle, so that you get real nice straight lines. See how these lines are nice and straight? Again, tips on how to weigh your roof down. These are weights from stock cars got at Harbor Freight. I lay them over the roof. It just really helps to help hold things down, and glue that fit and finish is what's most important. And one of the things we have recently, I had put all of our products on out of stock on our website, simply because we just recently purchased a new home. We've moved into it the last couple of weeks, and the shop is now set up, ready to go. So on Good Black Friday only, this coupon code of Thanks 2020 is going to save you 15% on the entire order. We're going to have all kinds of products, again, N scale, HO scale, S scale, and O scale products, trash building materials, and so forth. So when you get to the site, monstermodelworks.com, you type this code in and you'll save. So guys, this show's been awesome. Jim, again, I really appreciate it. And you all just stay safe out there.
Well, Jimmy, thank you so much for participating today. I was so pleased when I heard you were back in business. I love your product. I use it all the time, and I'm almost out of it, so I got to try to reorder some. But I really do appreciate you being here, and you do some beautiful work. You really do. It makes that basswood brick almost look real.
No, I appreciate it, Jim. And like I said, keep be patient with us a bit because we're doing it more part-time now. So we're adding stuff all the time. So get on our mailing list on our website or join our Facebook group that has over 3,000 followers, and you'll be kept updated all the time.
Thanks, Jimmy. Next up is the NMRA with Jim Gore, who is also a master model railroader. Whether you're new to model railroading or a lifetime model railroader, you will get more from your hobby by joining the National Model Railroad Association. Jim, welcome.
Well, thank you, Jim.
All righty, let me get the video up for you, Jim.
Okay.
Right, we're good.
And this is...
Welcome to model railroading. It's a hobby that's been around for over 100 years and still going strong today. And why is that? Well, maybe it's because no other hobby offers such diversity. What other hobby teaches basic carpentry, electricity and electronics, model making, art, even history? Model railroading is a hobby where you can create, learn, achieve, share, and grow. If you like real trains, you'll love model railroading. You can recreate scenes from your favorite prototype railroad in miniature, relive cherished memories, or even build a fictitious railroad of your. If you enjoy building things, there are thousands of structures, engines, and freight cars available as kits, or you can build them from scratch. You can also buy them pre-built and ready to run. If you're into electronics and computers, model railroading today is right there with you, with many opportunities to put your interests to work, from digital command control and layout command control to computer automation and animation. But even if you just want to enjoy running a train around a loop of track by yourself or with your kids or grandkids, model railroading is still extremely fun and a rewarding activity for all ages. And as much fun as model railroading already is, there is one way you can make it even more fun and get even more out of it. And that's by becoming a member of the National Model Railroad Association, the world's largest model railroading organization. The NMRA is devoted to the development, promotion, and enjoyment of the hobby. In fact, the NMRA has been setting industry standards for model railroading for over 80 years. From standardizing track gauges and coupler heights in the early days, right up to defining the specifications for today's digital layout command control systems, the NMRA has always been at the forefront of advances in the hobby, establishing conformity and compatibility among model railroading products. Not many other hobbies can say that. The NMRA is 18 worldwide regions, which include North America, Australia and New Zealand, Britain, and Europe. These regions have annual conventions where modelers can swap ideas, tour prototypical industries and railroads, see model railroad layouts built by other members, and get to know fellow modelers from a wide geographical area. And on a more local level, the NMRA has over 150 local divisions all across North America. These are groups of modelers in nearby cities and counties who get together regularly for scheduled events, seminars, how-to clinics, or visits to other members' layouts. Chances are there's a regular NMRA division event not very far from where you live. What it really comes down to is the fact that the NMRA is people just like you. Model railroaders sharing interests, knowledge, experience, and information with other modelers in their own community, in their own region, and across the country. It's the spirit of fellowship that makes the NMRA such an important part of the hobby for each of its members. Plus, the NMRA's national organization offers members the opportunity to travel to a major city for the annual national convention, where they can meet and learn from recognized experts in the hobby, see top-of-the-line model railroad layouts, tour rail-served industries and famous railroad locations, and even purchase the newest hobby merchandise at the world-class National Train Show. Add a subscription to the monthly NMRA magazine to your membership, and you'll get the latest model railroading news, along with helpful construction articles and stories of what other NMRA members around the country are doing. Your membership in the National Model Railroad Association gives you access to some of the most innovative people in the hobby who can help you create your vision of a model railroad, who can help you learn new techniques and information one-on-one. By taking part in the NMRA's Achievement Program, you can grow your skills as a model railroader, advancing through the steps that lead to achieving Master Model Railroader certification. And with the fellowship of other modelers in your local division and region, you can share knowledge and accomplishments. The NMRA is people. The NMRA is local, regional, and national activities. It's online archives, liability and collection insurance, even discounts. In short, the NMRA is the best way to get more out of your hobby. By joining the National Model Railroad Association, you'll get a first-class ticket to the most enjoyment you can get out of model railroading. The NMRA, we make it more fun.
Well, that was kind of exciting. I just might mention that I sit currently, at least until next July, on the National Board of Directors of the NMRA, and at least for the time being, I'm also the manager of the Modeling with the Masters program, which is a national, which is held at least currently at the national conventions. It's a long, at least for the instructors, 3 or 4 days of hands-on training from about 6 in the morning till about 11 o'clock at night on a whole host of scratch building projects, scenery projects, painting and weathering projects, all kinds of things that we have, you have the opportunity to do and do all by yourself with the instructors there to help you, at least 4 master model railroaders in every room to help you make the best out of your opportunities. So if you have any questions, it looks like I'm coming on again later in the show, so we'll leave it there for right now. If you've got anything to say, please hold it till the end. The NMRA, by the way, is an all-volunteer organization, so we have a few hiccups now and then because it all relies on volunteers. I think there are actually 2.5 full-time employees in the organization of some 18 to 20,000 people. So bear with us sometimes.
Well, Jim, I want to thank you and the NMRA for being here today. I really do appreciate it. And I'm a life member of your association, and I know how much the modeler can gain from the educational and personal development programs that you offer. There's no question that I'm a much better modeler today because of my membership in the NMRA. And I really do look back on it with a lot of fun. It's been a great experience for me. Thank you so much. I also want to recommend another association to everybody. It's the Association of Professional Model Builders or Model Makers. I am also a member of this organization, and I'm honored to have been appointed an ambassador of this organization to the model railroad community. The Association of Professional Model Makers' mission is to offer members in the model making community at large professional communication, education, leading edge technology, and resource connection, while also honoring the traditional skills vital to model making and the realization of new ideas. I must say I've also greatly benefited from my participation from both the individual members and the companies in this organization. And I encourage you to take a look at becoming a member. They offer a free limited membership to retirees and students that I encourage you to consider so that you can at least find out more about the programs and activities the association offers. The website is modelmakers.org. I hope you'll take a look at the website and let me know if you have any questions. And now I'd like to try again to run the video of Scott Gear and his Great Scale Model Train Show from Timonium, Maryland. Dylan?
The new Trax Virtual Train Show is sponsored by the Great Scale Model Train Show at the Maryland State Fairgrounds in Timonium, Maryland. At over 3.5 acres, we host hundreds of vendors, dozens of operating layouts, and thousands of attendees. Manufacturers, dealers, and individual sellers display, demonstrate, and sell products and services. Layouts inspire attendees, and free clinics impart how-tos and tips for every skill level. Learn more at www.gsmts.com.
And I must say, Scott, I really do appreciate you stepping up and sponsoring this show, and also already agreeing to be the sponsor for our January the 16th show. Everybody may not know, but we are holding these every 2 months. The next one is January the 16th, and the one after that is March the 20th. So I hope that you'll keep us in mind for the future as we get better and learn a little bit better about what we're doing. So with that said, the next up is Carolina Craftsman Kits with Jeff Grove. Carolina Craftsman Kits has been making Craftsman Kits for almost 10 years with over 100 products. Jeff, welcome.
Hold on a sec, Jeff, you muted.
How about that? Am I better?
Yep, now we can hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. I was muted, gang. My wife does that once in a while. Again, thank you, Jim. Thanks, Greg, Dylan, Chris, for all the work you guys do putting these things together. I think, Dylan, you got 1 or 2 pictures there for me. Put one up now.
You got it. I'm on it.
And while he's doing that, we manufacture HO kits, Craftsman style kits. We no longer do the O-scale versions of these kits. That has been sold to Kershaw Craftsman Kits out of Kershaw, South Carolina. So they will still be available. He's still producing many of our original kits, and he's working on new designs as we speak. We do a lot. A lot of our kits are basically designed from prototype buildings. This station is the famous Western Maryland Elkins Station in Elkins, West Virginia. This is one of our museum quality kits that we've put out. It's proven to be very easy to build, while it's also a very intricate kit with quite a few very unique details to it. The brickwork is all laser engraved. We've laser engraved all the headers and stone lintels. So it's the windows and doors are all laser cut, so they're very prototypical. It has been downsized a little bit to be able to make it a little bit more layout friendly, but we try to keep it as true to realistic prototypical dimensions as we can, so that it gives you the effect of the actual building in perspective. And we've started doing a lot. Dylan, if you can pull the other one up. This is our next project we're working on. This started as a commission project for a gentleman in York, Pennsylvania. This is the Western Maryland station in York, Pennsylvania. Again, very detailed. This will be a high-end museum quality kit too. Round turret. It's going to have brickwork and stone lintels. It will be highly detailed and very accurate. Again, it will be downsized a bit so that it's a little bit more layout friendly for size. And we're starting to do quite a few of these commission type projects. And some of these will not end up being kits. You know, a lot of this stuff is done on a commission basis for just a private collector. And sometimes they will end up being kits. So if you see these things coming up, this one will be a kit. If you see these pictures as we list them and have interest, you know, let us know that you're interested in it as a kit. Now the rest of the portion of this, I'm just going to show some of our boat line. Dylan, I think, yeah, this, I wasn't sure I could get into the picture sharing quite right. So I'm just going to share today, and hopefully I'll be able to show you good enough what these boats are. We recently put out a line of boat kits. And this came about with a friend of mine and professional modeler Jason Jensen. That a lot of you probably know him. He's got a very well used, well known YouTube channel, and we've recently done some projects, and we got to talking about boats. And his concern with boats is, for the most part, a boat kit is pretty complicated, pretty difficult to build. So we decided to try to come up with a simple to build, generic wooden boat. So I'll just kind of show the line quickly, because we've added quite a few to it, and they've already proven to be very popular. This is considered what we call a little utility boat. It's a wooden hull. You have to sand the hull down, so you've got some woodworking to do with it. But we set it up so that you get a very generic boat, simple to build, easily paintable with the wood products, of course, and enough details to give you enough effect of a finished boat. If you want to turn this into a highly detailed foreground boat, you just add some details that you can get readily available from anybody online or wherever, and you end up turning this into quite a detailed boat. We've done several of them. We've done 3 or 4 of that style. This is one that's kind of based on a Carolina cruiser, they called it, which in the Carolinas would be as a cruising boat, a weekender, or even a fishing boat. It's actually got some looks of the Jaws boat. Then a lot of our boats are taken from the eastern shore of Maryland, which of course includes the Chesapeake Bay. A lot of crabbing. This comes from me growing up in the area and all. So the crabbing boats have always been an interest to me. This is based on a Tangier Island dead rise, they called it. And it's basically taken from actual dimensions of a boat. And again, same process of building. Everything is wood on it. Another version of a Chesapeake Bay. This one's called a crab taxi. Again, you would see boats on the Chesapeake Bay out crab fishing, and they never had enough room for the pots if it was good crab running. So they would just load the boats up with crab pots, and they would even drag them through the water to get them back to shore, because they took advantage of the good fishing when it was there. This is probably our most popular kit that we've done. It's the Chesapeake Bay Skipjack. Again, all wood, comes with many detailed parts, pulleys, nautical parts and everything, but a wood deck. Again, very simple to build, and just an easy, nice, generic skipjack. We also are doing a bunch of C&O Canal barge cruisers, and they use these for various things. This one is used as a houseboat. We will be bringing more of these out. We're bringing out a crane. We're going to bring out a skidder. There will be a dormitory car, kitchen cars, and all that will be in this series of kits and everything. So that's basically the series and the kinds of things we're doing on these boats. In addition to all the other kits, we keep trying to stay up with the inventories and stock of everything we're offering. All of it's on the website, of course, and we appreciate all of the support. It's been very busy, very the time with all this going on right now that we can't get out. It's been pretty good for the mail order business, of course. So let's hope that this is over soon and we can finally get out and have some train shows and get to see everybody again. Thank you for the time. And again, I want to thank Jim and the gang for everything they do for these shows and keeping to support the hobby.
Jeff, thank you so very much. Let me ask you a question. What scale are your boats?
They're all HO scale, Jim.
You plan to do any other scales?
The Kershaw Craftsman kits will be doing them in O scale. He's working on them now.
And Kershaw is going to be in our January 16th train show. So I'll be looking forward to see what he says at that point. Thanks so very much. I really do appreciate it. And I might mention one thing that I learned the other day. I didn't know this. I found out that it's now possible for me to do 3D printed windows with clear glass in them. So I can have the frame plus the glass in the window printed, 3D printed, and just pull it off the 3D printer and I've got the complete window. I never have to worry about putting glass in it again. And for me, that was a major breakthrough because I hate to have to worry about the glass. And I imagine the manufacturers are probably going to start doing this pretty soon.
I would imagine, yes.
Thanks again. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next up is Highways and Byways Model Railroad Graphics with Mark Sebesta. Mark is the co-owners of Highway and Byways, who along with John Howard produces vinyl roadway graphics for model railroaders, creators of dioramas, and architectural model builders. So very welcome, Mark. I really do appreciate it.
Thank you very much for having me. And let me go to share my screen. Can y'all see that?
Nope, we got nothing.
Okay, hold on a second. Let's try this. How about that?
There we go. Something's
Okay.
coming up. Yep, we got it.
All right, my name is Mark Sebesta, and myself, along with John Howard, we own Highways and Byways Model Railroad Graphics. Highways and Byways manufacture and sell precision cut vinyl roadway graphics designed to enhance and add realism to your modeled scenes. Our graphics are more durable than dry transfers and water slide decals and can be weathered with chalks or ink paint washes and are easy to apply. We offer our graphics in package sets or as individual sheets. Our package sets retail for $19.50, while our individual sheets retail for $9 each and are available in your choice of either HO or N scale. We also offer O scale and S scale by special order only. Here are our roadway graphic sets shown here in HO and N scale. Each set includes grade crossings, turn arrows with assorted graphics, white road stripes, and yellow road stripes. Let's look at our sheets here. Our grade crossings are in HO and N scale shown here. The individual sheets can be purchased at $9 each retail. This is our turn lanes with assorted graphic sheet. Our graphic sets include one sheet each of our grade crossings, our turn lanes with assorted graphics, as you see pictured here, along with white road stripes and yellow road stripes. This is a picture of our road stripes, both in HO and N scale. You'll see that the sheet has two different size boxes. The wider box you see has longer cut individual stripes that are useful for shoulders and solid center stripes, while the smaller box has individually cut shorter stripes that are useful for the broken center lines that you see on roads and highways. Both of them are cut to scale length and width, and only Highways and Byways offers you more stripes per sheet than similar products on the market. While our stripe sheets are all peel and stick, our graphic sheets have transfer tape affixed to them in order to maintain the proper spacing of graphics and letters and their orientation as you apply them. Here's a short video that shows how to apply the graphics that have the transfer tape affixed to them.
The graphic has a transfer tape on it. Center it where you want it, put a piece of tape here that will act as a hinge. flip it over, peel the backing off, and then you'll squeegee the graphic down. You take X-Acto knife or a battery or something with smooth edges and burnish it down, and then peel your transfer tape up. And you're all done. And that's how we apply our graphics. Thank you.
Roadway graphics add depth and realism to your modeled scenes, as shown in these pictures here. Road stripes and graphics can bring this model railroad to life. This roundabout provides a great example of our roadway graphics in use. Highways and Byways is the leader in manufacturing in-scale model graphics for roadways. Our newest product is our retail parking lot set, available in HO and N-scale. This set includes white graphics, white and yellow parking lot stripes, red graphics, red stripes, along with blue handicap graphics, and is retail priced at $26.50. This sample board shows a few of the graphics included in this set. The parking lot stripes are also available in individual packages in both white and yellow. These are priced at $9 per sheet, and the stripes are again cut to 2 links on each page, which can be used as striping along curbs and sidewalks and for striping individual parking spaces. You can also use them in any combination to create loading docks, safety zones, etc. The parking lot graphics are also available as an individual sheet in yellow. These individual sheets are priced at $9 each retail. Our handicap parking graphics do require the modeler to paint a white area where the graphic is to be applied so that the white will be visible through the graphic cutout. This is a picture of the handicap prior to being applied. The red graphics include no parking, tow-away zone, fire lane, and red stripes. We also offer custom LED lighting on scale model vehicles and can work with you to create some amazing visual effects. All of our lighting effect modules are from Engineering, a leading manufacturer of lighting and sound effects for scale modelers. Here are a few custom install videos that we did for customers. To find out more information on custom scale model LED installation and pricing, you can contact John Howard at highwaysandbyways@yahoo.com. You can also find out more videos on our Highways and Byways Facebook page. And to order our products, please visit our webpage at highwaysandbyways.net. Thank you, Jim, for having Highways and Byways on the train show.
Jim, you're muted first. Give me a sec. We got to get you unmuted.
Okay.
All right, we can hear you again.
So Mark, I'll say again, I used your product and I really did like it. So thank you so much for being here today. Next up, Locofi with yes, Gar. Locofi is a direct Wi-Fi based, advanced, yet simple to operate, multi-train, multi-engineer, model train control system with onboard customizable sounds. Anash, welcome.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you for having me and the whole team, Dylan, Greg, and TC. Thank you all. And thank you everyone who's attending for watching this train show and giving me the opportunity to present Locofi. I would like to start with a small video. So if I request Dylan to play that video for me, please. Welcome to Locofi. Locofi is an advanced yet simple to operate direct Wi-Fi based multi-train, multi-engineer model train control system. It comes with onboard customizable sounds and utilizes an intuitive smartphone based app without any complicated CV programming. With minimal to no wiring, there is no extra equipment like command stations, boosters, or even computers required. Locofi equals locomotive operations simplified. The entire system consists of 4 things: a DC power supply, a smartphone-based app, the Locofi module, and an optional Wi-Fi router. It's that simple, really. No custom power supplies, boosters, command stations, bus wiring, feeder wires. Well, you can pretty much run it at rail, if not the minimalistic wiring. All this with onboard sound that is user customizable. Locofi comes preloaded with generic sounds, but custom sounds can be easily loaded onto the onboard removable micro SD card by simply plugging it into your computer. No CVs, no programming, period. Easily customize the app or the locomotive with simple touch-based switches and sliders. Or check the health of the locomotive. How about looking at accurate scale speed being reported? One-touch free firmware updates. Did we say free? Yes. Free regular app and firmware updates keep enhancing your experience. Virtually forever. Locofi is a true multi-engineer, multi-train app. Each engineer knows who's running what trains, and you can have multiple trains for each engineer. With innovative features like cab sounds and haptic controls, Not only can you hear sounds and sense vibrations when you move the throttle notches, but you can even customize the pressure with which you may want to do certain operations. Model Railroader magazine says, more easily control the throttle without having to look at the screen. Customers love us too. We are the winner of Model Railroader Reader's Choice Awards 2 times in a row. Please visit www.wifi-modelrailroad.com for more information. Thank you. Right. So what does this all mean? So we got a few scenarios here. For example, if you're a new model railroader, especially the young generation, or even somebody who is just starting out, retired and just starting out a new layout, there's lots of planning, lots of wiring, and tons of soldering, all that stuff that goes into building the operations. Now, before you go out and just you always go out shopping for what you need to do for your model railroad, and if you will evaluate, you will see that Locofy is such a advanced and simple way to run your trains. And the second scenario is you already have a layout. For example, you may even have DCC or any other layout. Well, Locofy can pretty much run on even DCC power supply, a DC power supply, and DC means either track powered, or it could be even battery powered, which is you also call dead rail. So there's lots of options and flexibility of running model railroad operation with Locofy. And so it all starts with like the simplicity in operation. So I'm just gonna actually switch off my background here and show you the smartphone based control here. So I got two phones here. So it shows like it clearly shows, like you got one engineer is controlling two trains, and the other engineer knows, okay, the other guy is controlling the train, so the other guy cannot control the train. So, and you can switch between like the trains, just by a swipe of the button, and you can run multiple trains. And the other thing you can do is, for example, if I release the control, and you will see the locomotives become available for the other engineer, and you can just manage that. And so this is the concept of multi-engineer, multi-train control, which is like really simplified to use. And I would also want to share some of the new features we are going to come out with in our new update. We have already, we've been in existence for like 2 years, and we have published 3 updates, and the 4th is a major one, and people have been waiting for it. And this show is actually, I'm going to just show you kind of an exclusive preview of the new features that will be launching in this new update. And all the people who have our modules already, they don't need to do anything except press the button and update the firmware. I mean, there's nothing new to buy or anything like that. So the updates are just coming to you, and as I said, free. So for example, this is the new screen. You can see this includes the feature of consisting, and this is how the consist is going to look like. So you'll have the lead loco and all the other locomotives listed below it. So, and this is going to be the new screen, and you will see there is we have included an emergency stop, and so now what do we mean by you don't have to look at the screen when we operate the locomotive? Let's say, so there's the cab sounds. So when you start an engine, you hear the sounds. And then once the engine is started, you have these haptic controls. So you can sense the vibration. I mean, there's like, I can just feel it, I can hear it, and you never have to look at the screen. Of course, if you want to look at the speed, the prototypical speed your locomotive is going at, you would want to look at that. Now, and all this is configurable through the configure screen. So you can set the number of notches from 8 steps to like 1,000 steps. So you can just have a very, very fine motor control here. And so that's just a little demo. And currently we are, we have 2 modules in production. So this is the smaller one, 1 ampere DDLL HP, and this is the latest product because it came out of a lot of people asking for it for a smaller module. This is our bigger module. It's a 2 ampere module, and it fits many of the S scale, O scale, and even ON30 locomotives, and it would easily support the current required for those motors. And it comes with onboard sound, and the users can customize the sound themselves. We have guides available on our website, which will show you how easy it is to configure sound. We already have customers sending us sounds. Our first customer is from Switzerland, who contributed the sounds of a Swiss loco. And we have customers all over the world. We have 7 countries in Europe, and of course, USA, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and even countries like India. So, so this is a pretty new and exciting technology, I think, and it's really a simple way to run the model railroad operations. And for the New Track show, we are offering a special discount if you visit our website. We are already having a Thanksgiving Black Friday sale, and you'll get additional discount if you use the coupon code NEWTRACKS. I'm going to mention that information in the chat window here, and so come check us out and see and be part of the future. Thank you. Back to you, Jim.
Thank you so very much for being here today. I really do appreciate it. Again, this is a company that I have written about in some of my articles, and I learned more about operation than I ever thought I'd know. Being a straight DCC operator or DC operator, I'd never experimented with some of the new technology, and I was really impressed with what I found. Thanks so much again.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Next up was supposed to be Paul Sanchez, who makes paper humans. Paul's unable to be here with us today due to unforeseen circumstances. Paul's from Spain. I found him when I was writing articles on card modeling. I've made some of Paul's paper humans and encourage you to at least check out his website and see what he produces, because I think you'll really be surprised at the variety that he has. Next is Nick and Nora Designs, Mike Baker. In 2008, Mike began Nick and Nora Designs, specializing in craftsman structure kits and details in HO, N, and O scale. Mike, welcome.
Hi, thanks for having me here today. It's been a really great event, seen some really fun stuff. People are doing some really interesting things out there. With that, I'm going to try to share my screen here, if this will let me. And it's letting me. And show you, well, start from the beginning would help. And just show you some of our different kits. Like Jim had said, we do craftsman structure kits in HO, N scale, and O scale. In HO, we've got over 30 kits. And then in O and N, we have 10 kits each, but we're working on expanding it. And we're working on some new other things too that I'm not ready to announce yet. Wish I was farther along. In addition to our kits, we also carry a full line of detail parts. Most of them are cast resin details. We also have laser cut details. Some of our cast resin ones that are popular are our ice machine that, is great for gas station scenes. And we have vending machines and barrels. And our laser cut details, we've been adding to that as I've been playing. We've got cat silhouettes to put in the windows. We've got tools. One of our first laser cut details was our laser cut crabs and fish that went along great with our Crab Shack kit. That was our first kit. So we thought, hey, we got a Crab Shack. We got to fill this thing with crabs for people. In addition to those things, we also do our own peel and stick laser cut shingles, and we have those in 4 styles right now. I'm playing with a couple others, and then each style comes in 6 colors. We offer those in HO scale and an O scale. I've done some runs of them in N scale and not quite happy with them, so I don't know if we're going to release those in N. But if anybody wants any, call us, ask us. We can talk about that. But we do have them in HO and O. Other things that we carry, we carry the full line of True Color paint for anybody that's looking for paint for your projects. True Color is an acetone-based enamel paint. It's got a huge color array, which is one of the reasons we picked it up. I mean, they've got over 30 different types of boxcar red if you're a freight car guy. They've got also brushable flat colors. They've been expanding into that. They've got some great structure colors, kind of filling the gap from when Floquil left. We also carry the Sylvan line of HO scale vehicles to help finish your scenes up. We used to carry the full Jordan line, but we all know that's gone, unfortunately. But we do have the Sylvan, and he's brought out some new stuff. He's got some great new kits out there, and one of them is actually a backdated one, more of a Jordan type feel. So we're really excited about that and happy to carry their products too. Then we also carry glues. We have a CA glue, epoxy, of course, Plastaweld, canopy glue. We have some tools and paintbrushes and all the stuff that you would need to finish your scenes. Finish scenes like that. Very popular little kit. And for the Southern Railway guys, if we've got anybody here interested in the Southern Railway, that last picture was Ridgecrest Depot, and it is actually a prototype of a Southern Railway. We have 2 kits that are based on Southern Railway prototypes, that and our Orangeburg Depot, because I know there was not a lot of prototype stuff out for the Southern Railway modelers, so trying to cater to them a bit. Waterfront scenes are always really popular. That's our Seaview kit. That was kind of a fun one. I kind of did on whimsy, just with some different ideas and scenes, parts of scenes I had seen. I kind of pieced it all together. And then if you figure it out, it's called Seaview and Crane's Tavern. Captain Crane was the commander of the Seaview, so it was a little inside joke for me and my wife. This was one of our newest kits, the Hartley Wright Sign Company. It all tab and slots together so you can fit all those pieces together. It's a really interesting, fun little kit. And then our little repair shop. So like I said, we've got kits in HO, N scale, O scale. Not everything available in HO is in the other scales yet, but we are working on it. We haven't ventured into any other scales at this point, but we've had some inquiries about it. And we're always looking for new ideas. And then we also offer custom building services for people too. If you've got ideas that you're not able to put forward yourself, talk to us and we'll see if we can help you out. So it looks like I'm getting close to the end of my 5 minutes here. So I'll just kind of wrap it up, say thank you again for having us be part of this today. You can find all of our products on our website, nickandnoradesigns.com. And everybody have a great day. Thank you again.
Mike, I really do appreciate you being here tonight. You also do custom work, don't you?
Yes, we do. That's what I was doing earlier downstairs until my battery died. But yeah, I've been doing custom work forever. Before I even knew what I was doing, I was offering that stuff. I've been custom painting brass and plastic locomotives and freight cars since 1985.
Thanks so much, Mike. I really do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next up is Interaction Hobbies with Daryl Jacobs. Interaction Hobbies provides model railroad structure kits, vehicles, and details. Daryl, welcome.
Let me unmute myself here. I think that's the right screen. Did I do it?
You did.
How about that? So thanks a lot for letting me be here again after I droned on last time. So I'll drone on again this time, and hopefully we'll keep it short and sweet. Give you some new insight of what's going on with our company. We provide, of course, laser cut kits, details, vehicles, and boats. Primarily in HO, doing more and more in O scale. People are finding out about us, which is quite interesting, and of course, N scale. We do a lot of our stuff is laser cut, and we do all our CAD design completely from a three-dimensional CAD. So before I actually build it, it's built in CAD 100%. And we supply that with 3D printed. We kind of got a philosophy that three things. One thing is that interiors make the model. So more and more of our kits supply a full interior. Even cabinetry and contents inside the cabinets are included as well. The second thing is we believe that details make the model. So the more we can do insane detail to the kit and details, we really like doing that. And lastly, lighting makes the model. So you can see here an upcoming kit, we're going to supply a fiber optic installation, which sounds daunting, but the instructions will walk you through it, and you'll wind up with a nice little marquee lighting, and it's quite simple and straightforward, even though it looks like a little rat's nest here that you have to go through. So, and like I said, we put a lot of work into our instructions, probably just as much as I put into the kits. And you can go to our website, and under the instructions section, you can download any of our instructions and have a look at them, or just use them for tips and techniques that are in there. We find them, our customers find them very interesting to come up with new ways of doing things. So structures, we've got a wide number of structures growing every month with new kits that are out there. This is our latest kit, Shaky Machine Works from Westminster, Vancouver. It's got a lot of windows in it, titchy windows, and a lot of laser cut and engraved brick and whatnot for details. Our very popular gas station from the 1950s. We've sold, I think, about 250 of these already, which has been a very popular kit for us all the way around, with multiple signage depending on your location and era that you want to come from. Another popular kit is our Seabiscuits Boatworks. I did a parts count on this, and there was over 400 different pieces that you have to put together, which again sounds daunting, but it all goes together very simply and pretty straightforward. Multiple scales as well. We include interiors in all of our multiple scale kits, like the tobacco shop. This one will be coming out in O scale. It's out in HO right now, our popular moonshiner's cabin. And boats and aviation. So we've got more and more boats coming out. This has been an extremely popular, probably the second most popular kit that we have, the sternwheeler in HO, which we also do in N. And for many of you that are in an O scale, some of you I know have already pre-ordered this. It's out for pre-order right now, so we're applying a bit of a discount because we'd hope to get it out the door by now. But this kit has full interior, boilers, engines, the planking, decking. The stern wheel itself is super detailed, along with the duck rudders. We've tried to recreate everything that was on the original boat, including the interior and the captain's cabin up top. And that should be coming out in hopefully by Christmas with the way things are going. It's been a heck of a kit to put out the door. So the vehicles as well, we provide a number of HO scale Model T vehicles and some oddball electric vehicles from the turn of the last century, to our ever popular taco truck. These are laser cut, as well as 3D printed details in them. And we're coming out with an FBI truck. Somebody said, hey, take the taco truck, turn it into an FBI secret van. So we put the radar dish on the top and made it as inconspicuous as possible as a gray van. Details. We have a lot of 3D printed details and laser cut details. These electric meters, power meters, the globe, you put a bead of epoxy over top of a super detailed meter that's under it, and you can actually see the dial in that meter itself. So quite a few different details that we've had. What's coming down the rails for us is our warehouse district and Giordano's Groceries, which is would be a trackside structure, and you saw the strip club / dance club, depending if you're which side of the tracks you want to put this kit. So that should be coming out early in the new year. So that's kind of our whole company all in all. Come to our website and check things out for us. And I was going to turn that back to you, Dylan. I had a short video to show you a little bit about how our kits go together and some tips and things that are on our YouTube page.
All righty, let me get the video pulled up and ready. All right.
Oh, thanks a lot for letting me be here, and I'll turn it back to you, Jim. Thanks for having me.
Daryl, thank you so very much. And listen, if that little car really runs like that, I want one of those.
Well, the wheels don't turn quite like that, but they're fairly round.
Thanks again. We really appreciate it. Next up is Brennan's Model Railroading. And unfortunately, Dennon Brennan, owner of Brennan's Model Railroading, had to withdraw from the show due to a conflict he has. And this was very unexpected, and we wish him all the best. He offers his apologies. So next up is Precision Vintage Classics, Paul Vaughn. Paul is the P in PVC. PVC started in 1982, importing a brass SN3 Goose number 2. He has been making models in SN3 and ON30 since 1994. He purchased Berlin Locomotive in 2009 and Tomalco SN3 parts in 2014. Paul's highlighting an uncoupling product he produces. Paul?
Dylan, run the video, please.
You got it. Coming right up.
Hi, it's a really nice day. I'm Paul Vaughn, the owner of Precision Vintage Classics, LLC. Today we're going to focus on the under-the-track uncoupler. PV01 is for HON3, SN3. PV02 is for SN3, HO, ON30, and ON3. PV03 is for standard gauge O and S. Here is the PV03 demonstration unit. If you can notice that the cars are coupled together and can park over the uncoupler without uncoupling. The cars are only uncoupled when you want them to. So I'll activate the uncoupler and they do uncouple. Notice that they're not uncoupling, only when you want it to, and then it should delay. So we can delay, uncouple, 2 different scale cars on the demonstration here. You'll even notice that the couplers have not been modified. They're KD couplers straight out of the box. After you balance the track, the uncoupler location disappears. So the uncoupler location needs to be identified. I developed an add-on switch that does just that, the PV04. A blue light LED is located in the center of the uncoupler outside of the viewing rail. And that shows you where the uncoupler is. Please check out my website, pvc-sn3.com. We back in business, Dylan?
We are back in business, Paul.
Okay. Try the slideshow.
You got it. Let me just get over to it. All right, just let me know when to cycle through them.
Okay, this is the SN3 Denver and Rio Grande drop side gondola S10A that Bob Sloan drew up, and I had to redraw the plans because the dimensions didn't add up. So this is the SN3 version. Next slide, Dylan. This is the ON30 S10A that's available. Next slide. This is our White Pass and Yukon route open top container. This is for SN3. Next. ON30. ON30 standard gauge O could be used in standard gauge S. Next. This is a shorty version of the same car for the ON30 short flat cars. Next. This is a product we're working on. It's a power truck, and the motor will be in the truck. This is prototype model. Next. We'll offer the power truck in 6'8". We'll have 8 foot, 9 foot, and 9'4" axle spacings. These are dimensions that are listed in S scale. You can adjust it for whatever scale you're doing, but these are the 4 versions we'll be offering. Next. This is a 3D printed ON30 car, also the same size for standard gauge S, and it was originally in the Fife Port of Tacoma, and the dimensions were taken for this off the actual railroad axle spacing to create the model. Next. I hope I've stayed within the time limit. These are the things that we offer. We offer, of course, the PVC line. We have Evan Designs. We have ESU. We have QSI and Tamaco S-scale parts line. So, Jim, I hope I didn't run over, and you're back to you.
Well, Paul, I sure do appreciate you being here today. You've been a real help to me and gave me some good advice, and I really do appreciate it. So thanks so very much for being here today, and best of luck with your company.
Thank you.
Next up is ITLA Scale Models, Renee and Nick Masney. Introducing the owners of ITLA Scale Models Incorporated, manufacturers of uniquely designed precision laser cut wood kits. ITL's wide range of kits feature brick, stone, and concrete engravings on robust, warp-resistant MDF material. Nick's lifelong appreciation of scale modeling and his automotive engineering experience are reflected in all of their products. So welcome, both of you.
Thank you very much, Jim. I'm going to share out my screen right now. Please let me know when you can see that. How's that, guys? Coming up? Can you see that okay, gents?
Yep, we got it.
Is it in full view or does it need to go?
It was in the preview view.
Fix that for you guys. How's that look?
Perfect.
A little better? Okay, great. Thank you again for the introduction, Jim, and thanks for allowing us the time to present a little bit about our company. As mentioned, Renee and I are the owners and operators of ITLA Scale Models. Happy to be here and share a little bit about us. We offer a wide variety of quality kits that represent an industrial back alley theme, and you'll see a little bit of that as I go through the slides. Our laser etched and cut wood materials represent masonry, steel, concrete, when painted using basic techniques. And we use premium quality materials, micro plywood, MDF, laser board, 3D printed and styrene materials. You'll note from looking at our website, I hope you will, that we offer a variety of etch brick structures, modular wall panels, unique detail kits, to flat car decking, and even some New York and Chicago elevated railway structure. So today I wanted to just offer everybody free shipping until tomorrow evening, and it's just a little bit of a thanks for watching today, and just enter that code ITLA free ship upon checkout. So a little bit about laser cut wood. I know there's a lot of companies out there doing it, but we believe that wood provides surface texture that better represents brick and masonry. Paint penetrates the surface better than building up on the top and results in a realistic matte finish. That controlled penetration allows for a color layering, and you'll see some of that in these photos. You'll see that in real life as well. And wood gives you a nice tooth for the use of pigments, chalks, and pastels. One of our hallmarks is configurable designs, and a lot of our kits are engineered to offer you the variety in footprints.
Hey, Nick, can I just interrupt you for a second? Your screen share is coming across kind of funky. You know, the edges of the slides are getting cut off.
Are they? Okay. All right, Dylan, I'm not sure what I can do here to help that out. Can I carry on?
Yeah, carry on. We can worry about it later.
Okay. So anyway, we can build some of our kits in as many as 15 different wall combinations, from the full walled structure to the shallow relief to the background flat formats. Kit bash capable by design are some of the terms that we've heard from our customers. So we kind of like that when it's stuck. Ease of assembly, precise fit and finish, quality materials, tab and slack construction. The goal is to try to give you a more efficient and satisfying build experience. So as an example, in front of you pictured is the O-Scale Olympia Tool and Die Company kit. So there's 3 of the 15 possible wall combinations in that kit. So you can see it as a full walled structure in the front. You can see the shallow relief, or even call it a full flat in the mid picture there. And in the back is a bit of a shallow relief, a combination of surfaces there. So that's a possibility with that kit. So modularity and construction is one of our design themes. It gives you the flexibility to fit the space that you have, allows you to interchange walls, and you place the features where you need them. So if you need those loading docks moved up or down the structure, you can surely do that. We strive for finer scale, separate and interchangeable components. You'll note that our rooftops are usually loaded with lots of great detail because we like that we think it's a design feature that's fitting. Here's an example of our N-scale all-state machine parts kit, shown in its version 1 configuration, which is its version 1 fully walled configuration. So some fine scale details such as HVAC ducting, vents and stacks, fire escapes, water tank, pallets, crates, etc., all included in that little kit. That same kit is buildable in, as mentioned, different formats. So here it is in a shallow relief format. Rear walls are flared forward. Gives you about 21.5 inches of overall length and end scale. And then this is the same kit built with its upper extensions as well, giving you a little bit of a vertical 4th and 5th story opportunity, as well as the 21.5 inch length. So lots of opportunity with the modularity in the kits. We also manufacture some what would be known as traditional craftsman kits, but again, incorporating modular strategies. So we don't make any stick builds. This is an example, Grimsby Station here, which uses modular build technique within it. Laser etched shingles are in the roof material substrate. I suppose if you wished, you could overlay individual shingles and just use those laser cut lines as guides to put on individual shingles if you so wish. You can see the unique turret and eyebrow windows, etched planking on the platforms and decks, tab and slot construction, and more. Modular wall systems is another design theme we like to involve ourselves in. A lot of fun to make these larger structures. We think using laser cut wood and other laser cutting materials to produce these kind of kits gives you a better representation of concrete and masonry. And you can use some real simple spray painting techniques to achieve what I've shown here. Simple rattle cans and simple hand brushed acrylics. Easy to laser engrave into this material. It's easy for you to cut and modify. I like to knock off some of the sharp concrete edges to make them look a little bit more worn, but above all, very easy to assemble. So these are all modular wall components that are just chained together in any footprint that you desire. You can even go vertically as well. This is an image that shows our HO scale version of that product, the previous one being N scale. But you can kind of see how you can get a real nice fine representation using our laser cut and etched materials. Scale size window frames, opening window sashes, fire escapes, exhaust fans, grills, junction boxes, and more. Our design for configurability is another theme that comes from the automotive background that Jim spoke of at the beginning of my intro there. This enables you to build our kits to fit unique spaces on your layout. So this example is on my layout in a corner that I wanted to spruce up a little bit. The kits come in a 4-story height, but you're able to cut and modify. And here I added 2 more stories to make a 6-story structure. So the design for assembly theme really comes from thinking a little bit like a modeler. We are modelers. So we've tried to make it as easy as we can to build this kind of product. You've got separate components that make it easy to paint, so you don't have to mask a lot of this stuff. The brick are inserts, the concrete is a separate part, and of course the window frames as well. So you can paint all this stuff really, really quickly with rattle cans and not worry about masking. We also provide many unique detail kits. I mentioned earlier, rooftops are kind of important to us. So here's an example in N scale, actually, of our rooftop detail kit. We also have that in HO scale and O scale. Dock interiors, another great opportunity to detail, makes your railroad come alive. The lighting obviously adds a little more, but we offer dock interior kits in N scale, HO, and O as well. Our 3D laser engraved details and precision cutting help us represent wood and masonry surfaces and steel components. You can see our little N-scale water tank here. That's kind of the cherry on the sundae and N-scale for that Allstate kit. This is an example of some of our HO scale weathered masonry with a little bit of rebar showing through. And then call your attention to the fire escapes. These are tab and slot construction as well. Easy to assemble, and you can see that fine scale cutting and that detail that you can enjoy. So in summary, our kits feature ease of assembly, precise and repeatable fit, quality materials, minimal parts cleanup, easy to paint using simple techniques. You can pick some of that up off of our website. I've got some of that out there, or we're always available for an email, phone call, what have you. Tab and slot construction enables an efficient and satisfying build experience, and it's important for us that you have a positive experience. And really, tab and slot gives you the opportunity to make sure you get a good solid joint and you're not worrying too much about mismatched parts, etc. Configurable, as I mentioned earlier, our modular themed assembly lets you fit any space on your layout. So kit bash away with some of these kits. You can combine them as well. Multiple kits can be used to create obviously larger structures or even more unique detailed, unique kits. Unique roof and wall details included in our kits. Of course, you saw some of that in the slides. Just want to take a moment, talk about customer service. Our goal is for you to have an enjoyable experience. I mentioned that earlier. Provide you with high value products and enable you to create scale models that you're proud of. So we're here to answer any questions and offer support during your build. We're just an email away. Parts replacement, we stand behind our products too. So if you break a part during normal handling, we'll replace it free of charge. We understand we're modelers too. So again, thank you for the opportunity for me to share a little bit about ITLA. And please have a look at our website, and I hope you sign up for our newsletter as well. And again, thank you, Jim and the team, for allowing us the opportunity here. And again, some free shipping for everybody that wants to order between now and tomorrow evening. So just enter that code ITLA free ship upon checkout. Thanks again, Jim. I hope that worked out.
Well, Nick, it was just great. Thank you so very much. We really do appreciate you being here today and taking the time to be with us. And thanks so much for the offer of the free shipping discount. I think that's fantastic. Thank you so much for doing that.
You're welcome, guys. Take care. Thank you.
Next up is LaBelle Woodworking with Rick Steele. Rick bought LaBelle in 2001 as a retirement job. He retired from Union Pacific in 2012, and LaBelle is now his full-time job. He learned that LaBelle was founded in 1947 as a cabinet shop in Oconomowoc, Wisconsin. I apologize if that's butchering that name. The owners, and I apologize for butchering these names, Al Bawaski and Fred Menow, use LaBelle as a way to keep their cabinet makers busy during their slack season. In the meantime, Rick has expanded his company basically by purchasing the competition, as the other owners have either died or they wanted just out of the business. So at the present time, he's busy developing his line of kits for S scale and expanding his HO and O scale lines. So welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, Jim, what am I supposed to do to get on here? Can you see me?
Yep, we can see you. You just got to hit the screen share button at the bottom.
What's that now?
Screen share button at the bottom if you're going to pull up anything.
Nope.
Or
Sorry, we've got trailing edge technology here, so we're going to have a trailing edge demonstration. How's that grab you?
That's perfectly fine. Whatever works
just
best
all
for
right.
you.
Sit back and just take it easy. Okay. Well, as Jim mentioned, Jim, it was Oconomowoc, Wisconsin.
It was
where it
close.
started. That's where most of the people that I know of, they come up and they say, "Oh, well, we got something in Oconomowoc, Post Office Box 22." And you wouldn't believe how many of those labels I had left when I bought it. The original owner, besides Fred, was Al Bobrikowski. That's a good Irish name for you, Jim. So a little bit more about my background in modeling. I started when I was quite young, like the rest of us, and I wrote some for the narrow gauge and short line Gazette back in the 80s. And when Harry Brunk was, and you might remember up Clear Creek on the narrow gauge, when Harry was getting to a point where he couldn't handle the layout anymore, he called me and gave me the layout. I moved his layout to Cheyenne, Wyoming. So if you guys ever want to see the layout that gave inspiration to just a minute here, let me get it out. This book right here, it's in the Cheyenne Depot Museum here in Cheyenne, Wyoming. It's worth a stop. Okay, now to give you the pitch, since the way that I have expanded LaBelle, I recently bought the Yield Huff and Puff line, which included Silver Streak, mainline models, Kingman models, and my latest acquisition, this is going to be the last one, I promise. I'm up to here and stuff to do, was the old Cape Line and On Track truck line from Bethlehem Car Works. So now I've got kits, car kits, for stuff for people to actually run on their layout and trucks to run them on. Well, let's see. And of course, if you guys don't remember what the kits look like, I have a modest example here in O scale. This is the Racine. This is a 50-foot O scale car. And if you don't think that's big enough for your layout, I can always get you an 80-foot Pullman. We do still offer, or actually we resurrected, the old LaBelle traction line in O scale as well. Of course, in HO, we have the freight car line. This is the Colorado Midland Reefer, which, of course, caboose. It's the plural of caboose. We have tank cars. And one thing that people just love to build is this one. This is an HO scale chapel car. Now, the chapel cars were run by the American Baptist Publication Association all over the West. And I chose that particular car because that particular car side and floor plan was most common. So you can build that one car and you can build any of about 5 of them. Of course, in O scale again, this is one of the mainline models kits, I believe. This is a show kit because we show bananas on one side and wines on the other. But people are always asking me about how difficult a car is to build. How do you build these things? I don't know how. It's actually pretty darn simple. I just pulled the kit off the shelf. You'll see I'm unpacking it here. You have a floor, you have a roof and a floor, and you have a couple of end blocks. This is an O scale, so you can actually see it. The HO scales go together the same way. You glue this here. You glue this here. You glue your siding on the side. You add your details and you paint it. It's not that difficult, but when you're done, you have an absolutely unique kit because you built it. The other thing that I've been doing when I release new road names, I've been making the road names available in decal form. Now, those of you who remember the old Silver Street kits, here's an example of the old Wabash. The sides were pre-painted. And I have decided to stop doing that because the paint manufacturers have been changing so rapidly. Flow quill's gone. And when I first started, it's going to date me, Jim. When I first started, the matching paint was usually for 410M. And if you can't remember that, you're a young guy in the hobby. And so this, so my thought is to provide you with a well-made kit, which is basically undecorated, except when you order the road name, you get the decals for it and the painting instructions. That way, I don't have to worry about you coming back to me and say, well, I can't match Flow Quill Boxcar Red or Coach Green or Pullman Green. And my reaction would have to be, sorry, I've got gallons of it here. So it's so in deference to the modeler and the ease of construction, you're expected to paint it yourself. But don't worry, Basswood's easy to paint and takes paint great. Another thing that, of course, we have what a lot of people know us for, HON3. We have a full line of DNRGW equipment. We have the open vestibule coach. We have the closed vestibule coach. We have the parlor car. We've got the baggage car. We've got the RPO car. So if you need a train, I can get you one for whole train for somewhere around $100, but you got to put it together yourself. And then, of course, there's the cute little Tiffany reefer. And the next thing we're working on getting into production is, as Jim said, S scale. So we had that is what the Kingman line was. And I'm working on getting the rather crude castings that they had back then cleaned up, new molds made, so we can get them into production and get them out to the customer. Now, there's one thing you'll see that I put on my website. I'm going to repeat it here, and I might upset a lot of people, but I don't care. It's my shop. What are you going to do? If you want to shut me down, buy me. Because of the lack of response from dealers, I've made it so anybody who orders from LaBelle Direct automatically gets a 15% discount. If you are an NMRA member, get this, Jim Gore, and you mention your NMRA membership number, it's 20% off. Now this applies to the kits and not to the accessories, because they take so much longer to package. I've got to consider about what goes out, what comes in, so I can keep the doors open. So, gentlemen, I thank you for your time. I see that my 10 minutes is up. Thank you for letting me participate. You guys have a good one. Maybe next time I'm on here, I'll have something to screen share, which is just because I'm going to make it, it's going to be as boring as what you just heard.
To be honest, Rick, I think I speak for me and Jim when I say I'd love to have you on our regular shows too. No, seriously, just listening to you, it's interesting. You know what I mean? So.
Oh, well, I thank you. I'd love to, come on and, raise a little cane once in a while.
Rick, let me ask you a couple of questions. One,
sure.
The cars and trucks that you talk about that actually run on the railroad, what are you talking about? Is that automobiles?
No, that's not automobiles. The wheel sets under every car. These are trucks. I've got a full line of them in HO now. And I've got, if I can find the wheel sets from somebody, I can make them up in S as well. How's that grab you?
You gonna do O scale?
Well, if I thought about it. I've thought about it because I noticed that these sort of accessories for cars seem to be getting fewer and fewer, because especially with the passenger cars, I would send people over to Mike's train house, but Mike's closing, so I can't get trucks from him.
Rick, I'm gonna give you a call Monday. You available Monday?
Oh man, I'm a model railroad. Never mind. Yeah, sure, anytime.
I'll give you a call. Thanks so much for being here today. I really did enjoy it, and we'll talk Monday.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, Jim.
Next up is Canuck Valley Models. Joseph von Inbergen. Canuck Valley Models is a Canadian-based model kit company that makes scratch building with new production technology such as 3D printing. Combining the best of both worlds, he strives to provide kits with high detailing and quality from the models to the manual. Jose, welcome.
Thank you, Jim. I'm going to be boring. Sorry, Rick. I'm going to do a slide share on this one, so I'll try. I'll do my best to keep it as entertaining as yours was. But thank you for having me, Jim, and it's great to be here. And it's been really inspiring actually seeing everybody's work. So I feel kind of scared following up after all the great stuff I've seen. But yeah, so we're a Canadian-based company, or I'm based in Canada, originally from the Netherlands, though, which is where the word Canuck comes from. And it's kind of when I moved to Canada, I kind of ran back into the model railways a lot more than you do in Europe. And I just kind of got excited and interested again. I'm come from the visual effects world, so I've been working on movies for the last 10, 15 years. And do a lot of 3D work on that front. And I just wanted to touch stuff with my hands again. And from there is actually where all these models are coming from. So I model them in 3D on the computer, and then I bring them out as actual models in 3D. So the one that's probably the most known and that people probably have seen around is the sawmill kit. And we have actually extended the whole lineup in the last few months. So it's made up of about 12 different kits now. Going from the actual sawmill itself to dead rollers, live rollers, log holes, you imagine it, and it's pretty much there. So you get a full, complete interior sawmill. And because we have all of these kits now, actually today I'm kind of happy because I've managed to finish all of them. for the entire sawmill, and so we're kind of launching them today. You can now find them on CanuckValleyModels.com. They're available in O scale at the moment. I'm working on the HO and the S scale ones at the moment still. There's still a few parts that I have to do there. I kind of prefer building everything up front myself, so I make sure that everything goes together properly. I work through the manual, so everything comes with a proper manual. But the O scale one is completely ready, and it comes with over 10 different highly detailed kits. When I say highly detailed, again, this is some obsession from the visual effects world, where when you model the Golden Gate Bridge, you go as far as modeling every single strand in the actual cables. While we worked on Godzilla, that's kind of the detail that I go into when I design these kits as well. And so you'll find that if you look at the 3D models themselves up close, that every single bolt is kind of turned slightly differently. So it's kind of the fun bits that I like to put into my kits as I design them. So the last bit that we added to the full setup was this lock hole. This is probably the biggest piece that I've done so far. And again, going as pretty crazy on the details. You can see all the teeth in there and all of those kind of things. So it's all kind of there. So this kit is included if you buy the full interior sawmill, including this one as well. So it's the actual saw itself with the carriage and the drive train underneath it. This is actually the HO version. So as you can see, I'm still working on it. You can see the edger on the left. That's also in there. So there's a whole bunch of various different models in there and various different kits. The engines that go with it, just to drive everything, goes in there as well. And then we got the live rollers and the chains and all of those kind of skids to move everything around the sawmill. So that's kind of part of this entire complete set. This is actually built by Grant Morrell out in New Zealand, who has purchased all of the kits before. And has actually assembled the full kit. He granted me permission to show these photos, and I think he did a really amazing job on actually putting this together, and really gives me a sense of idea, because I still live in an apartment. I don't have quite the space to build a full layout yet, so it's kind of nice seeing other people putting them together and just getting an idea of how other people are using it. I take in their feedback, of course, as well as we go. And this is the HO version that was built by Robert Fay. Again, he allowed me to use these photos that he took a few days ago. And again, he has this full sawmill built in HO scale. And there's something I really like actually seeing back when I sell these kits and have people give me feedback on them, but also see how they're using them and see what they look like in the end. That's something that I'm really curious about. So if you do end up buying one of the kits, I'd love to see what you do with them and keep me posted on what you do. So this was 2020. For 2021, we're kind of working on some new stuff. So the sawmill itself is done, but there's still an entire workshop that I would like to build as well, and a whole bunch of other stuff. So this is the one of the planers in the belt that goes with it that I've been working on. So this is a 3D model. I'm going to start building these ones probably during the Christmas break. I got about 2 weeks off there, so I got some time to actually build them. And a planar edger as well that I've been starting to work on. So all of these details that you see there will be in the actual models as well when they're done. And this is probably one of the bigger ones that I'm currently working on, which is a lift that can span and carry loads across the various different tracks. It's probably one of the bigger ones I've done. So there's going to be quite a bit of work to kind of put together, get the manuals done. I like to spend quite a bit of time on the manuals as well, make sure the instructions are clear, get the right drawings in there, get all the measurements that you need, just to get you a kit that you can just start building and can get going with relatively easily. So that's kind of what we plan for 2021. Looking further ahead is actually the reason why I started all of this. Those from Canada and those who live on the West Coast might recognize this is the actual sawmill back in Vancouver, which was at the foundation of Vancouver, which is kind of where my love for Canada grew and the reason why I moved to Canada from Europe. And this is kind of what I hope to end up building myself. And as I go, I'll be making all of these kits and probably making them all available. This is going to be a multi-year project. It's not something I can get pulled off in 2021. But as I go, I want to have the interiors done. I want to have, some of the buildings, all those kind of things kind of put together. So to follow that, you can find me on Facebook on Canuck Valley Models. I'm on Facebook there. And again, the store where you can buy these kits now is on CanuckValleyModels.com as well. That's it for me. Again, Jim, thank you very much for having me. And thanks as well for the features that you have done in the past and pulling me into this community, which is really, really great. Thank you so much.
Jeff, I appreciate you supporting us like this. I think you're part of what I consider to be the heart and soul of model railroading. It's the creativity that new manufacturers coming into the hobby are coming up with. And the models that you are creating in 3D printing, to me, are just outstanding. So keep up the good work, and thank you so much for being here.
My pleasure. Thank you so much for having me.
Next up is Mini Prints, Bernard Helen. Mini Prints creates craftsman quality 3D printed figures in N, HO, S, and O scales. Join Bernard, the creator of Mini Prints, as he discusses how to make your model railroad layout come alive. Bernard, welcome.
Thank you so much. And it's wonderful to be here. What an inspiring day. And I guess I'm rounding out the Canadian hour here because I'm up north in a cabin right now with very spotty internet. So in a minute, I'm going to ask Dylan to roll a short 9-minute presentation that I pre-recorded. But before we do that, just a few little things I'd like to add. At the end of the presentation will be a discount code of 15% off our models that you can use this weekend. And if there's time at the end, I'll happily sort of come in at the end of the presentation and just offer a few more thoughts. So Dylan, if you've got the presentation, you can roll it. Thanks, Jim, and welcome to my miniature world. My name is Bernard Helen, and my company is Mini Prints. I believe it's the little things that matter most on your layout. Mini Prints manufactures scale scenic details, 3D custom printed for your model railroad layouts. Our goal at Mini Prints is to make your layout come alive. I'm new to model railroad manufacturing, so in the next 10 minutes, I'd like to tell you a little bit about the story of how I started Mini Prints and what we can offer you. This is me in Quebec City about 5 or 6 years ago. I model a Genesee and Wyoming short line called the Quebec-Gatineau Railroad. And this is my layout. It's an HO scale layout that represents the Genesee and Wyoming Quebec-Gatineau Railroad from Montreal to Quebec City. It's an HO scale. It takes up my entire basement, and the main part is in a room 30 feet by 10 feet. My journey to 3D printing starts in the upper left-hand corner, here. I was creating a little beaver lodge scene. You can see it here. And I was looking for an HO scale beaver, and no one made one. Not Walters, not Woodland Scenics, not Prizer. I couldn't find one anywhere. This was amazing to me. The beaver is the national symbol of Canada. It's on the CP logo, and they're everywhere, but not in HO scale. So I got my design program out, I made one, and I sent it off to an online 3D print shop, and 2 to 3 weeks later, lo and behold, my beavers arrived. But everything changed when I purchased this in February. This is the Elegoo Mars resin printer. I now have 4 of them. It's going to change our hobby, and it's allowed me to create things that I never imagined. So here are my new 3D printed beavers. This time I was able to print 3 poses here on my printers, and it really made that beaver lodge scene come alive. So I showed a few friends, and people thought they were pretty interesting, and a couple people asked for beavers, and next thing you know, I've started a small hobby business. Mini Print started in March, and it's grown internationally with over 400 orders from Australia, Canada, France, Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, Norway, the United Kingdom, and of course the United States. It all started with the beaver, and we now have about 75 different animals with new figures being added every week. The site is really divided into 3 areas that I'll talk about today: animals, people, and objects. The animals is where it all started, and the animals are divided into animals of the sky, including our iconic Canada geese, which everybody seems to really like, animals of the land, and animals of the water. Now, these animals were added as a result of requests. So, for example, a friend was creating a Jaws scene on this layout and wanted a great white shark and asked me if I could make one. So the great white shark was added. Some modelers in Florida asked if I could add manatees. They were added. So really, these animals have all been added as a result of requests. The animals led to a series of objects. Once again, people asked for Muskoka chairs, Adirondack chairs. Halloween was coming, so I thought jack-o'-lanterns and skeletons would be fun. And the line continues to expand. The area that I think I'm most excited about are some of the new work I've been doing on people. People is the newest section that Mini Prints offers and is arguably becoming the most popular. I metal detect, so it would be fun, I thought, to add some detectorists. I had a request for someone sitting on a porch playing a banjo, and believe it or not, someone wanted bagpipers in HO scale for their layout. Now I should mention that all mini prints are available in HO, S, and O scales, and I have a whole section just for N scale. So not every mini print is available in N scale, but there is an N scale section available. Having a lot of fun with the people and constantly coming up with new ideas and new requests. These are some CSI forensic detectives. The newest area that I'm focusing in on is a line called Custom Crews. This all started with the lack of modern railroad figures on the market and a number of people requesting things that they could add to make their railroad look more modern. I put a call out for photographs, and Nick was kind enough to send this picture of him working, and it really captured my attention. So I thought, that's a great pose, and I made an HO scale Nick. Custom Cruise number 1 was Nick riding the cars. That led to Custom Cruise number 2, a series of very accurate modern model railroaders flipping switches. And today I would like to debut Custom Cruise number 3. And here he is, Custom Cruise number 3, the latest in the line of miniature model railroaders. Here he is with his belt pack. The other area I'd like to talk a little bit about is our Mini Prints of the Month Club. We have created a subscription service for $24.99 US, where every month we will send you a box of HO scale figures. You will get one set of animal mini prints per month, a set of seasonal mini prints, and a mystery mini print. And the box has a value of at least $50. So it's really great value for money. Pictured here is the November box, which included a couple flying pigs, some hunters, some gun dogs, a pointer, and a spaniel, as well as turkeys and pheasants. Subscriptions are available monthly, $24.99 US. You can cancel anytime, or for 6-month and 12-month periods. Both the 6 months and the 12 months are discounted. If you subscribe for 6 months, you save 10%, and you sign up for a year, you'll get 15% off. So really, we're moving into the figures area, always looking for inspiration and ideas, objects, and of course the animals we started with. All of it came from this need to create a beaver. So I thought I'd share with you, just at the end here, some pictures of some of the figures we've created and the stories behind them. This is probably the smallest mini print I've ever created, or certainly one of them. This is our HO scale groundhog. And one of the largest, our O scale elk. I really enjoy creating small items. thus the name mini prints. The smaller the better. Here are some HO scale crabs and an HO scale cow skull. My favorite mini print, I think, has to be the pileated woodpecker. And this was a really fun one, maybe the smallest we've created. N scale shark jaws for the person modeling the jaws scene. As mentioned, I love custom requests. You can always email me at bernard@miniprints.ca. This is something I'm working on now for someone, a line of realistic loggers for their logging railroad. And they've sent me a number of poses, which I'm recreating. So look for those. I promised at the beginning that there would be a discount code. So if you would like to shop with 15% off, I'm happy to extend a 15% off discount to all of you watching today. And just enter NewTracks15 into the discount coupon section at miniprints.ca for 15% off. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share some of those designs, Joseph. I think you and I need to get together as fellow Canadians, and I need to create some loggers for your fantastic sawmill. And I look forward to connecting with so many of you in the future. And I just have to conclude, because I know I'm the last manufacturer and the second last presenter, by saying on behalf of all of us, I'm sure, a huge thank you to Jim for putting this together. It has been an inspiring day filled with ideas, inspiration, and incredible visuals. So that's it here from Canada, and thanks again.
Well, Bernard, thank you so much for the nice words. For everybody's benefit, Bernard is a member of our team too, and brings a tremendous expertise with him. And Bernard, I really do appreciate all the hard work you put in to make this show possible, and as well as being here with your models. Thank you so very much. Next up is NMRA with Jim Gore. And let me repeat, whether you're a new model railroader or a lifetime model railroader, you definitely will get more from the hobby by joining the National Model Railroad Association. Can't recommend it enough.
All right, thank you, Jim. I just wanted to mention a couple of things about the NMRA. As I mentioned earlier, it is an all-volunteer organization, but a lot of people ask, and I get 3 or 4 emails a month from various members of the NMRA, having been on the board of directors now for 3 or 4 years. The questions always come up, well, why should I bother to be a member of the NMRA? And as Jim mentioned, one of the things is the educational part. I'm the manager of the Modeling with the Masters program, which is a hands-on thing that's held at the national level. We're trying to expand that to the regional level so that all regions will have modeling with the Masters sessions at one point or another. And the other thing is that people complain, of course, about the increasing cost to be a member of the NMRA. And one of the things that we've done to sort of help you to reduce that cost is the partnership program. Any manufacturer can become a member of the partnership program at the NMRA. You can get a hold of me at my email address, which is alnad@nmra.org. And talk to me about that. I can forward the information to the correct people to get you into the partnership program. You can offer a discount on part of your line, give free shipping or something like that. Only NMRA members can access that discount, and it's perpetual. Some manufacturers give as much as 25% off, for example. And if you use online ordering like I do, within about 3 or 4 months, you've paid for your entire membership in the savings you get from that discount. So I thought I guess we're going to show again the NMRA video, which is narrated by Master Model Railroader Jerry Leone. And then I guess we're up to the question and answers period.
Welcome to Model Railroading. It's a hobby that's been around for over 100 years and still going strong today. And why is that? Well, maybe it's because no other hobby offers such diversity. What other hobby teaches basic carpentry, electricity and electronics, model making, art, even history? Model railroading is a hobby where you can create, learn, achieve, share, and grow. If you like real trains, you'll love model railroading. You can recreate scenes from your favorite prototype railroad in miniature, relive cherished memories, or even build a fictitious railroad of your own. If you enjoy building things, there are thousands of structures, engines, and freight cars available as kits, or you can build them from scratch. You can also buy them pre-built and ready to run. If you're into electronics and computers, model railroading today is right there with you, with many opportunities to put your interests to work, from digital command control and layout command control to computer automation and animation. But even if you just want to enjoy running a train around a loop of track by yourself or with your kids or grandkids, model railroading is still extremely fun and a rewarding activity for all ages. And as much fun as model railroading already is, there is one way you can make it even more fun and get even more out of it. And that's by becoming a member of the National Model Railroad Association, the world's largest model railroading organization. The NMRA is devoted to the development, promotion, and enjoyment of the hobby. In fact, the NMRA has been setting industry standards for model railroading for over 80 years. From standardizing track gauges and coupler heights in the early days, right up to defining the specifications for today's digital layout command control systems, the NMRA has always been at the forefront of advances in the hobby, establishing conformity and compatibility among model railroading products. Not many other hobbies can say that. The NMRA has 18 worldwide regions, which include North America, Australia and New Zealand, Britain, and Europe. These regions have annual conventions where modelers can swap ideas, tour prototypical industries and railroads, see model railroad layouts built by other members, and get to know fellow modelers from a wide geographical area. And on a more local level, the NMRA has over 150 local divisions all across North America. These are groups of modelers in nearby cities and counties who get together regularly for scheduled events, seminars, how-to clinics, or visits to other members' layouts. Chances are there's a regular NMRA division event not very far from where you live. What it really comes down to is the fact that the NMRA is people just like you. Model railroaders sharing interests, knowledge, experience, and information with other modelers in their own community, in their own region, and across the country. It's the spirit of fellowship that makes the NMRA such an important part of the hobby for each of its members. Plus, the NMRA's national organization offers members the opportunity to travel to a major city for the annual national convention, where they can meet and learn from recognized experts in the hobby, see top-of-the-line model railroad layouts, tour rail-served industries and famous railroad locations, and even purchase the newest hobby merchandise at the world-class National Train Show. Add a subscription to the monthly NMRA magazine to your membership, and you'll get the latest model railroading news, along with helpful construction articles and stories of what other NMRA members around the country are doing. Your membership in the National Model Railroad Association gives you access to some of the most innovative people in the hobby, who can help you create your vision of a model railroad, who can help you learn new techniques and information one-on-one. By taking part in the NMRA's Achievement Program, you can grow your skills as a model railroader, advancing through the steps that lead to achieving Master Model Railroader certification. And with the fellowship of other modelers in your local division and region, you can share knowledge and accomplishments. The NMRA is people. The NMRA is local, regional, and national activities. Its online archives, liability and collection insurance, even discounts. In short, the NMRA is the best way to get more out of your hobby. By joining the National Model Railroad Association, you'll get a first-class ticket to the most enjoyment you can get out of model railroading. The NMRA. We make it more fun.
Jim, thank you so much for coming today. We really do appreciate all your input and everything. You've been just fantastic.
Glad to help out. And if there are any questions about the NMRA, I'm here.
We got you. I do want to say thank you one last time to Scott Gear and the Great Scale Model Train Show in Timonium, Maryland. They helped make this possible, and I really owe a great deal of thanks to Scott. So here is one last time, the Great Scale Model Train Show.
The New Tracks Virtual Train Show is sponsored by the Great Scale Model Train Show at the Maryland State Fairgrounds in Timonium, Maryland. At over 3.5 acres, we host hundreds of vendors, dozens of operating layouts, and thousands of attendees. Manufacturers, dealers, and individual sellers display, demonstrate, and sell products and services. Layouts inspire attendees, and free clinics impart how-tos and tips for every skill level. Learn more at www.gsmts.com.
Scott, thanks so much. And thanks to everybody for coming and seeing some truly outstanding, creative, dedicated vendors today. I think it's just fantastic, the products that we're able to have in the hobby today. And it's because of the dedicated manufacturers that some of you met today. So let's open everybody up, and you can make free to make any comments or ask questions or whatever. And the discussion is open at this point.
I'd like to start by thanking everybody who came, the viewers who wanted to meet the vendors and the vendors who were willing to step up and show their wares. I know it wasn't easy for some of you, and I'm so proud of how everybody came across today. You were all fantastic. So open the questions.
Well, I've got a comment I want to make too. You know, I always get nervous when we do something big like this. And to say that I think today went very well, all things considered, and it's not just us. It's not just the people who put this on. It's not just me. It's not just Jim. It's not just Greg, Bernard, everyone who has been basically brainstorming on this for weeks and weeks and weeks to make sure that we got this and we did it. It's the people that showed up, and it's the people who were willing to show up and show off. Without you guys, this wouldn't have happened, at all, And the fact is, like I said, I think we did very good today. And to all of you who were here, all the vendors who were here, all the visitors who were here, the people who are watching this after the fact, thank you. It means a lot to us.
So how about some questions for the vendors? Well, I guess they must have answered everybody's questions in their presentation.
I think, like I said, I think we did very good today.
Or everybody fell asleep. I'm not sure which.
Well, we still got a lot of people here, but
I know that. They may be asleep.
I am not asleep. I am not asleep.
I'm just happy to be on the air someplace. It gets lonely as a model railroader, and it gets lonelier during lockdown and all that kind of stuff. So I needed some friends. So I really appreciated the opportunity to reach out and say hi to people and touch them in a non-Zoomed in kind of way. So
Chris, you don't have any
after that, you can be my friend.
I get the impression that you know half the people in here already.
Yeah, it's definitely a great antidote to the pandemic, right? So
Actually,
I'll say so.
Actually, Chris Lane can take credit for causing all this mess, because if he hadn't invited me to my first Zoom meeting, and if Dylan hadn't showed me how to log into it, I'd have never known about Zoom in the first place.
Everything is my fault in the
Yes, it is, Chris.
Yes,
It's all
it
your
is, Chris.
fault.
Damn it. I'm the narrow gauge nabob and hobby whipping boy.
So step up and take the blame.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Hi.
Okay, hello everyone. Good afternoon or good evening.
Hello.
The last time I heard the word nabob was by former Vice President Spiro T. Agnew many years ago. That was the last time I heard the word nabob. It was a statement he made that was just like multisyllabic words. It just like, holy crap. I was a kid when I heard it. It was like nattering nabobs of negativism or something like that. It was like,
Nattering
Fantastic
nabobs of
alliteration.
negativity.
yeah.
That's the one.
Spiro got lots of practice in jail.
Yep. Oh yeah. But aside from that, I have a unique perspective on model railroad. I got into model trains when I was a kid, when I was 5 years old. My dad got me a set, and I still have the HO scale Penn Central locomotive that he got me when my first train set. And riding, I actually rode the subway home when I was born, and I ended up driving subway trains in New York City. I'm retired from that. Okay, and one of the things I drove is that it's not just subway trains in the city system. We also have 50-ton diesel locomotives that work on the system at night and on weekends. I got to operate those for 10 of the years I was there, you know. And what I started doing is I've had interactions with Jim Keller once or twice and Daniel Doughty. I wrote an article on two-railing a GP38 and O scale. And I think it was last year I submitted the article. It's very short, very concise and to the point, I think. I could have elaborated a lot better. And being it was my first article ever written like that, of any type of any sort, like, and especially like that, I was just winging it, literally just winging it. And I want to do more of these articles as I'm getting more and more into doing projects. Like one right now, I'm doing a Metro North commuter coach that I bought as a shell, and I just added LED interior lighting to it. I made a floor, bought trucks from Atlas. Like I said, the car was just a shell, okay? And I only do two rail O scale. That's all I do. And it's got to be rapid transit commuter, okay?
So why don't you contact me about publishing it then?
Okay. Oh, mine, I did deal with you. You put out a flat car kit a number of years ago. I bought 2 of them. I still have them.
Yeah, I actually was a kit producer in my spare time.
Yep.
My copious quantities thereof.
Yep. Oh, yeah. So it's like I thought about it. I want to get some help. Not right now, but I want to contact you to go ahead and get help on how to produce a better article on this build, along with others.
Not a problem. I'm easy to find.
Okay, good.
God, you put me into Google, you're going to find I have nine different email addresses and 12 other jobs.
Well, I get O-scale trains every month, every month of the month when it comes out. I get a subscription to it, so I've had.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I really love the magazine.
Martin, you're not the one I've been getting those emails from that want money or something, are you?
Not yet. On the spare. I'll take any you got to spare.
I'm just with all those email addresses. It's got to be a
You have a secret to share with us.
Well, listen. I mean, I do want to say a couple of other things here before people start leaving and everything, since we're having so much fun. Our next virtual train show is January the 16th, 2021. And I hope that you'll join us. I hope that you'll put it on your calendar and not forget it. We also have every Wednesday and every Saturday evening at 7 o'clock, a New Tracks meetup, which is on Zoom and live streamed on YouTube. We have a featured modeler every time. And if any of you have not been on, or I have not contacted you yet, and you would like to be on one of our shows, please let me know. And Dylan, if you can put my email in the chat function, then they'll know how to contact me. Believe it or not, our 2 twice-a-week shows are booked through the 10th of April next year.
Wow.
So if you want to be on one of our shows, please let me know, because it's amazing how they're filling up. In fact, I'm thinking about doing something different with the shows, because I've got so many people that want to be on them that it's ridiculous trying to book them that far out in advance. The last thing I'll say is I'm going to try to start a Zoom meeting, and it's going to be for manufacturers, model manufacturers. And it's going to be to see if there is an interest in starting a program where the manufacturers can get together and talk about doing things together for the benefit of their businesses, and their marketing, their joint marketing. So if there's a manufacturer who's here today, that's still here, that would like to join that first, let's talk about it and see if there's an interest for it meeting, then please send me an email and I'll make sure that you get invited to the first meeting. The first meeting will probably be in December sometime. I don't have a date for it yet. I'm not sure that I'll hear from any manufacturers if they're interested. But I have heard from a couple that they think that such a meeting would be interesting and have encouraged me to try to start one. So I'm going to try, but it's going to be up to the manufacturers whether they want to do it and whether they want to participate in something like that. So with that said, I thank you so much for coming, and I'll give it back to anybody that wants